This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never been the type to believe in paranormal stuff. Sure, I watched those ghost hunting shows as a kid, but I always thought it was just entertainment. That changed last year. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened, and honestly, I don't think I ever will, so I guess I should start at the beginning. My name is Sarah, I'm 14 now, but this happened when I was 13. My twin brother Thomas and I had just moved to this tiny town called Pinewood in Connecticut with our parents. It was one of those places where everyone knows everyone's business, and there's like one grocery store for the whole town. The house we moved into was, well, there's no nice way to put it. It was a dump. It was this old two-story place with a basement and an attic. The previous owners had let it fall apart, and my parents got it for cheap because they thought they could fix it up. The moment I walked in, something felt wrong. I can't explain it, but it was like the house didn't want us there. About 2 months after we moved in, I had what my parents called a mental breakdown. I started having these terrible nightmares about the house. In them, I'd be trapped in the walls or the attic, and something would be hunting me. I'd wake up screaming almost every night. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating, and eventually my parents took me to a doctor who prescribed some medication. It helped with the anxiety, but it didn't stop the feeling that something was wrong with the house. My parents decided that Thomas and I should sleep in the basement for a while. They fixed it up with beds and a TV, thinking it would be like a little apartment for us, away from the parts of the house that seemed to trigger my episodes. Thomas didn't mind. He thought it was cool, like camping, but I hated it. The basement felt even worse than my bedroom. This particular night, I still remember it was a Wednesday in October. My dad, Robert, came down to the basement after dinner. I was sitting on my bed, trying to focus on my homework, but failing miserably because I kept thinking I heard scratching in the walls. "Hey, sweetheart," Dad said, sitting next to me. "Still feeling spooked?" I nodded, too embarrassed to admit how scared I really was. I was 13, for crying out loud. I shouldn't have been afraid of a stupid house. Dad reached into his pocket and pulled out this weird dark green candle. It wasn't like the scented ones Mom bought from the store. This one looked handmade, with weird symbols carved into the wax. "My friend Diane gave me this," he said. "She's into Wicca and all that spiritual stuff. She called it a witch candle, said it's supposed to cleanse negative energy and offer protection." I remember looking at that candle and feeling, I don't know, uneasy. But Dad seemed so hopeful, like he really thought this would help me. He placed it in this glass holder he'd brought down, a thick, heavy thing that looked like it might have been an old-fashioned paperweight with the top hollowed out. "Let's try something," Dad said, lighting the candle. "Just a little ritual to make you feel better. We'll hold hands, I'll say a little prayer, and we'll ask for the bad feelings to go away." I didn't really believe it would work, but I wanted to make him happy. So we held hands, sitting cross-legged on my bed while Thomas was upstairs helping Mom with the dishes. Dad closed his eyes and started saying this prayer that didn't sound like any I'd heard at church. It was more like he was making it up, asking for protection and peace for our family, especially for me. That's when it happened. The flame on the candle suddenly shot up, like someone had turned a gas burner to high. It tripled in height, this weird greenish-blue color that candles definitely shouldn't burn. And the heat, it was intense, like opening an oven door right in your face. I gasped and pointed at it. "Dad." He opened his eyes and stared at the flame. For a second, neither of us said anything. Then the flame settled back down to a normal size, like nothing had happened. "Must have been a draft," Dad said, but I could tell he didn't believe it. There wasn't a draft in the basement. There weren't even any windows. After he finished the prayer, Dad asked if I felt better. I lied and said yes, but honestly I felt worse. That candle, something about it felt wrong, but I didn't want to worry him more than he already was. "Can you stay down here tonight?" I asked him, just this once. I expected him to say no, to tell me I needed to start sleeping on my own again. but he looked at the candle, then at me, and nodded. "Sure, kiddo, I'll take Thomas's bed. He can bunk with your mom tonight." Dad went upstairs to tell Mom and Thomas about the change in sleeping arrangements. When he came back down, he left the candle burning on a small table between our beds. I wanted to ask him to blow it out, but I didn't want to seem ungrateful after he'd gone to all this trouble. We both fell asleep eventually. I remember checking the time on my phone. It was just after 11. The medication I was taking helped me drift off, even with my anxiety about the candle. I don't know exactly what time it happened, but we were both jolted awake by what sounded like a gunshot. Dad jumped out of bed, and I screamed, pulling my blanket up to my chin. "What was that?" I gasped, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. Dad fumbled for the lamp on the nightstand and switched it on. What we saw made no sense. The glass holder had exploded. There were razor-sharp shards everywhere, on the floor, on our beds, stuck in the walls. The candle itself was on the table, still burning, but now it was sitting in a puddle of melted wax. "Are you hurt?" Dad asked, checking me over. By some miracle, neither of us had been hit by the flying glass. Some pieces had landed on my blanket, but none had touched me. "I'm fine," I said, but I wasn't, because that's when I heard it. Footsteps coming from directly above us. The thing is, above the basement wasn't the main floor. Where our beds were positioned, we were directly under the sealed attic space. It was an area of the house that wasn't accessible anymore. The original attic entrance had been sealed shut during a renovation decades ago, according to the real estate agent. There was no ladder, no way for anyone to get up there, but I heard footsteps, clear as day, slow, deliberate footsteps moving back and forth over our heads. "Dad," I whispered, pointing up. "Do you hear that?" He froze, listening. His face went pale. "It's probably just the house settling," he said, but his voice shook. "Houses don't settle in footstep patterns," I said. The footsteps continued, moving from one end of the ceiling to the other, then back again, like whatever it was knew exactly where we were and was pacing directly above us. Dad grabbed a broom from the corner and used it to sweep the glass shards away from our beds. "Let's go upstairs," he said. I shook my head. "Number. If we go upstairs, we'll be closer to whatever that is." The footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then we heard a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor above us. Dad's hand found mine and squeezed it tight. "It's nothing," he said, but I could tell he was trying to convince himself as much as me. Then the dragging stopped, and a new sound began, a scratching like claws or fingernails against wood. It was coming from the ceiling, right above my bed. "We need to put out that candle," I said suddenly, a certainty washing over me. "It's because of the candle." Dad nodded and reached for it, but just as his fingers got close to the flame, it flared up again, that same unnatural height. He jerked his hand back with a hiss of pain. "It burned me," he said, showing me his fingertips. They were red and already starting to blister. The scratching got louder, more frantic. It was no longer just above my bed. It seemed to be moving around the entire ceiling, like something was trying to claw its way through to us. Dad grabbed a cup of water from the nightstand and dumped it on the candle. The flame sputtered but didn't go out. Instead, it hissed and released this foul-smelling smoke that made my eyes water. The scratching suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. We both stood there, barely breathing, waiting for what would happen next. Then we heard it. A soft thud from the corner of the basement, like something had fallen. We both turned to look. There, on the floor near the washing machine, was a small object. Dad walked over cautiously and picked it up. It was a doll, an old-fashioned porcelain doll with a cracked face, the kind that might have been beautiful once, but now just looked creepy, and it hadn't been there earlier. I was absolutely certain of that. "Where did this come from?" Dad asked, turning it over in his hands. I shook my head, unable to speak, because I recognized that doll. It had been in my nightmares, the ones I'd been having since we moved in. In those dreams, it would sit in a corner of the attic, watching me with its painted eyes. As Dad held it, examining it in confusion, the doll's head suddenly turned, just slightly, just enough for its painted eyes to seem to look directly at me. Dad must have felt the movement because he dropped it with a startled cry. The doll hit the concrete floor and shattered, pieces of porcelain scattering across the basement. And that's when the screaming started. It wasn't coming from upstairs where Mom and Thomas were. It wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside the walls. A high-pitched, inhuman shriek that made every hair on my body stand on end. Dad grabbed my arm. "We're getting out of here. Now." We ran upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. Dad was yelling for Mom and Thomas. They met us in the hallway, confused and groggy from sleep. "What's going on?" Mom asked, clutching her robe around her. "We need to leave the house," Dad said. "Just for tonight. We'll go to a hotel." "Because of a broken candle holder?" Mom asked, after Dad quickly explained what had happened. "Robert, that's ridiculous. It probably just cracked from the heat." "It exploded, Helen," Dad insisted. "And there's something in the attic. We heard it." "There's nothing in the attic," Mom said. "There's no way to even get up there." While they argued, Thomas pulled me aside. "Did you really hear something?" he whispered. I nodded. "It was walking around up there, Thomas. And then there was this doll." Before I could finish explaining, the lights throughout the house flickered, then went out completely. We were plunged into darkness. "Power outage," Mom said, but her voice didn't sound convinced. Dad used the flashlight on his phone to guide us to the front door, but when he tried to open it, it wouldn't budge. It wasn't locked. The handle turned just fine, but it was like something was holding it shut from the other side. "The back door," Dad said, leading us through the dark house. Same problem there. The door wouldn't open. None of the windows would open either. We were trapped. The footsteps started again, not just in the attic now, but all over the house, upstairs, in the walls, in the rooms around us, like we were surrounded by invisible people, all walking in sync. Thomas started crying. Mom held him close, finally looking scared. "What's happening?" she whispered. The candle in the basement was still burning. We could smell the smoke drifting up the stairs. That foul, chemical smell that made it hard to breathe. "We have to put out that candle," I said, suddenly certain. "That's what started this." Dad nodded. "I'll go." "No," I said, grabbing his arm. "We have to do it together, like when we lit it." So we all went down to the basement, following the dim glow of the still-burning witch candle. It was sitting there on the table, the flame now a sickly purple color, much taller than it should have been. The broken pieces of the doll were gone, just gone, like they'd never been there. We stood around the candle, and Dad took my hand. Mom took Thomas's hand, and we formed a circle around the table. "What do we do?" Mom asked. "We need to apologize," I said, the words coming from somewhere deep inside me, a knowledge I didn't know I had. "We need to tell it we're sorry for disturbing it and ask it to leave us in peace." So that's what we did. Dad led a prayer, asking whatever had been awakened to forgive our intrusion and return to its rest. As he spoke, the footsteps around the house grew fainter. The flame on the candle began to shrink. When it was just a normal-sized flame again, Dad leaned forward and blew it out. The silence that followed was complete. No footsteps, no scratching, just the sound of our breathing. We spent the rest of the night in the living room, all of us too scared to sleep alone. When morning came, the doors opened normally. The power came back on. It was like nothing had happened. Dad threw away what was left of the witch candle. He called his friend Diane and told her never to give him anything like that again. She swore she had no idea what he was talking about. She'd never given him a candle. We moved out a week later. Mom and Dad told everyone it was because the house needed more work than they'd thought. But I knew the real reason. Whatever had been awakened that night was still there, waiting. I could feel it watching us as we packed our things. I still have nightmares about that house, about that doll, about the footsteps in an attic that no one could access. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and swear I can smell that candle burning. That strange chemical smell that isn't quite like anything else. I don't know what we invited into our home that night. I don't know what would have happened if we hadn't put out the candle when we did. And honestly, I don't want to know. All I know is that I'll never touch a candle again, and I'll never ever try to communicate with whatever exists in the spaces we can't see. Story 2. I've been sitting on this experience for over 4 years now, and I still don't know what to make of it. Part of me thinks sharing it will help me process everything, while another part worries you'll all think I'm completely nuts. But I need to get this off my chest. Back in November of 2018, my grandmother was in the final stages of Alzheimer's. She'd been diagnosed in 2012, and by 2017, she was basically a shell of the woman I grew up adoring. For those who've never had a loved one with advanced Alzheimer's, it's like watching someone disappear while they're still physically present. By the end, she could barely speak, just mumbles and occasional words that rarely made sense. She could only eat soup, and my mom had to bathe her in bed. Mom had basically put her entire life on hold to care for her. I was 26 at the time, living about 40 minutes away from my parents' house where my grandmother stayed. I'd visit every weekend to give my mom a break, usually just sitting with my grandmother while Mom ran errands or took a much-needed nap. That Saturday in November started like any other visit. It was unusually cold that morning, and I remember having to scrape frost off my windshield before driving over. When I arrived around 9 in the morning, Mom looked completely drained. She hadn't slept properly in days because grandmother had been restless at night. The bags under her eyes were so dark, and her hands were shaking slightly as she handed me grandmother's medication schedule. "Just make sure she takes the blue pill at 11, she said, already grabbing her purse. "I'm just going to the grocery store and maybe sit at the cafe for an hour. My phone will be on." After Mom left, I went into grandmother's room. The curtains were drawn, making the room dim despite the morning sun outside. The medicinal smell mixed with the lavender air freshener Mom used was so familiar by then. Grandmother was propped up against some pillows, staring blankly at the wall. Her once vibrant silver hair had thinned considerably, and her skin seemed almost translucent. I sat in the chair next to her bed, picked up the book I'd been reading to her over the past few weekends, and started where I'd left off. I don't think she understood the story, but the rhythm of someone speaking seemed to soothe her. After about 20 minutes of reading, I noticed her breathing had changed slightly. Looking up from the book, I saw she was looking right at me. This wasn't unusual in itself. She often looked in my direction, but something was different this time. Her eyes, which had been cloudy and unfocused for so long, were suddenly clear. It was like watching a fog lift. I actually felt a chill run down my spine because it was so unexpected. "Grandmother?" I said, putting the book down. She blinked slowly, deliberately, and her face changed. The vacant expression was gone, replaced by something I hadn't seen in years. Recognition. She knew who I was. I could see it. "Alex," she said clearly, without any of the slurring or confusion that had marked her speech for so long. I was so shocked I nearly fell out of my chair. She hadn't said my name in over a year. "Yes, it's me," I managed to say, my voice cracking a bit. She looked at me for what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. Then, with perfect clarity, she said, "Thank you." Her voice was stronger than it had been in months, and the words came out perfectly articulated. "For what, grandmother?" I asked, reaching out to hold her hand. Her skin was cool and papery against mine, but just like that, the moment passed. The light in her eyes dimmed, the focus disappeared, and she was gone again, staring past me at nothing in particular. I called her name several times, but there was no response, just the vacant stare I'd grown accustomed to. When Mom returned about an hour later, I told her what had happened. She gave me this sad smile and explained that these moments of lucidity sometimes happen near the end. She called it terminal lucidity and said she'd read about it. How sometimes just before death, people with dementia briefly regain clarity. I didn't want to believe the implications of what she was saying, but deep down, I knew. 3 days later, My grandmother passed away in her sleep. Mom found her in the morning, looking peaceful, as if she'd just decided it was time to go. The funeral was small, just family and a few of her old friends who were still alive. I kept thinking about that moment, that single thank you, wondering what she meant. Was she thanking me for reading to her, for spending time with her, or was it something bigger, gratitude for our entire relationship? I'd never know. December came, and I tried to move forward. I worked at the international airport in São Paulo. I'd moved to Brazil 3 years earlier for a job opportunity in airport operations. My Portuguese was decent by then, though I still struggled with some of the regional accents. It was December 23rd, one of the busiest days of the year at the airport. I was working at the information desk, helping direct the endless stream of holiday travelers. Around 2 in the afternoon, during a rare lull, I noticed an elderly woman slowly approaching the desk. She was well dressed in a cream-colored pantsuit with a light blue scarf, her silver hair neatly styled in a way that immediately reminded me of how my grandmother used to wear hers before she got sick. As she got closer, my heart literally skipped a beat. The resemblance was uncanny. Not just the hair, but her facial features, the way she carried herself, even the slight tilt of her head as she approached. If my grandmother hadn't been sick, if she'd stayed healthy into her 80s, this is exactly how she would have looked. I must have been staring because she gave me a questioning look when she reached the desk. "Desculpe," she said in Portuguese. "I need some assistance." "Of course," I responded automatically, switching to Portuguese. "How can I help you?" "I need to find the restroom," she said with a slight accent I couldn't place. My eyes aren't what they used to be, and all these signs are confusing me. "I'd be happy to show you," I offered, stepping out from behind the desk. My supervisor was nearby and gave me a nod, indicating it was fine for me to leave my post briefly. As we walked, she placed her hand on my arm for support, just like my grandmother used to do. Her grip was surprisingly firm for someone her age. "Are you traveling for the holidays?" I asked, trying to make conversation and distract myself from the eerie similarity. "Yes," she said, smiling up at me. "I'm going to see my family. It's been too long." We walked in silence for a moment before she spoke again. "I was sick for a very long time," she said softly, "but I'm better now. Finally better." Something about the way she said it made my skin prickle. We reached the restroom entrance and she patted my arm gently. "I'll wait for you," I said, not wanting to leave her alone in the crowded airport. She nodded and disappeared inside. While waiting, I tried to rationalize the strange feeling I had. It was just a coincidence, I told myself. Grief was making me see connections that weren't there. About 5 minutes later, she emerged and smiled at me. "Thank you for your help, Alex." I froze. I wasn't wearing a name tag. Our airport badges only showed our ID photos and employee numbers, not our names. I hadn't introduced myself. "How did you know my name?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She looked at me with the same clear, lucid expression my grandmother had shown in that brief moment before she died. "Some things we just know," she said enigmatically. Then she reached up and kissed my cheek, the same way my grandmother always did. Without thinking, the words tumbled out of my mouth. "I love you." She smiled, her eyes glistening with what looked like tears. "I know you do. I've always known." Then she turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd of travelers. I stood there completely stunned, unable to move for what felt like minutes. When I finally snapped out of it and tried to follow her path, she was nowhere to be found. I asked at the gates if they'd seen an elderly woman in a cream pantsuit, but in the holiday chaos, nobody had noticed her specifically. I checked passenger manifests later, which I probably shouldn't have done, but couldn't find anyone matching her description on any of the flights that left that afternoon. It's been 4 years now, and I've never seen her again. I've never told this story to anyone except my mother, who listened quietly and then said, "Some things can't be explained, and maybe they don't need to be." I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call them. I don't know if that was really my grandmother's spirit, somehow recovered in death from the disease that claimed her life. All I know is that in that moment, I felt a connection to someone I thought I'd lost forever. Sometimes when I'm working at the airport, I still catch myself scanning the crowds, looking for a woman in a cream pantsuit with perfectly styled silver hair. I never see her, but I can't shake the feeling that she found exactly what she was looking for that day, a chance to say the proper goodbye that Alzheimer's had stolen from us both. Story 3. I've been hesitating to write this all down for months now, but I need to get it out of my system. I'm not sleeping right anymore. Maybe putting this into words will help me make sense of what happened that night in Coldwater. I was a cop there for 11 years. Not anymore. Let me start by saying I'm not the type who believes in ghost stories or any of that supernatural crap. I've always been the practical one at the station, the guy who'd roll his eyes whenever someone brought up the haunted Jenkins place on Willow Lane. It was just an old house where some family tragedy happened back in the 70s. People died, the place got abandoned, and boom, instant ghost story for teenagers to scare each other with. Or so I thought. It was a Thursday night in November, about 4 months ago. I was working the graveyard shift, which usually meant dealing with the occasional drunk driver or breaking up some rowdy get-together at the lakeside. Coldwater's a small place, 3,000 people on a good day, and not much happens after 9 p.m. Around 3 in the morning, I was sitting in my cruiser in the Walmart parking lot, drinking lukewarm coffee and counting down the hours until my shift ended at 6. The radio had been quiet all night. I remember I was thinking about fixing my deck that weekend when Karen's voice came through. "Carter, you there?" She sounded strange, almost hesitant. "Yeah, go ahead," I answered, setting my coffee down. There was a pause, then, "We just got a call. It was weird." Karen had been dispatching for 15 years. Nothing rattled her. Hearing that tone in her voice immediately put me on alert. "What kind of weird?" I asked. A woman's voice, really faint, just asking for help. Then nothing. I tried calling back, but no answer. "Could you trace it?" Another pause. "That's the thing. It came from 421 Willow Lane." My stomach dropped. The Jenkins house, empty for decades. "You sure about that?" I asked. "System shows the call coming from a landline at that address," Karen said. "Maybe some kids broke in, playing around." "I'll check it out," I told her, starting my cruiser. The fog had rolled in thick that night, the kind that turns the headlights yellow and makes everything look like it's underwater. Driving through town felt eerie. All the streetlights surrounded by halos, no one around. I remember thinking how isolated everything seemed, like I was the last person left in Coldwater. When I turned onto Willow Lane, the fog got even thicker. The Jenkins house sat at the end, set back from the road behind an overgrown yard. As I pulled up, my headlights caught the place. 2 stories of rotting Victorian architecture with peeling grey paint and boarded-up windows. The front porch sagged like it might collapse any minute. I sat there for a moment, engine idling. Something felt off. I'd driven by this place hundreds of times, but I'd never actually been inside. There shouldn't have been electricity, let alone a working phone line. Part of me wanted to call for backup, but what would I say? That I was scared of the local haunted house? The guys would never let me live it down. I grabbed my flashlight, checked my sidearm, and stepped out into the cold. The fog muffled everything. My footsteps on the gravel driveway, the distant sound of a dog barking somewhere in town. It was like being wrapped in cotton. As I approached the porch, I noticed the front door was open about 6 inches. Not broken, just open, like someone had been expecting me. The yellow police tape that should have been across the entrance was gone. "Hello?" I called out. "Coldwater Police? Anyone in there?" Nothing but silence. I pushed the door open wider with my foot, shining my flashlight into the entrance hall. The beam cut through years of dust floating in the air. Everything was covered in white sheets, furniture shapes like ghosts in the darkness. The moment I stepped inside, I smelled it. If you've ever worked a crime scene, you know that smell, metallic, coppery, blood. I drew my gun then, holding it alongside my flashlight the way they taught us. Police officer, anyone here needs to identify themselves now. My voice sounded strange in that empty house, like it was being swallowed up. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I moved deeper inside, checking the rooms on the first floor one by one. Living room, dining room, kitchen, all empty, just dust and forgotten furniture. The smell got stronger as I approached the back of the house. There was a hallway there, and at the end of it, a door that was slightly ajar. My flashlight beam caught something dark on the floor, droplets leading toward that door. I followed them, every instinct telling me to turn around, to get out, to call for backup, but I kept going. That's what haunts me now. I could have left, but I didn't. The door opened to a staircase leading down to the basement. The smell was overwhelming now, and I pulled out my radio. "Karen, you there?" I said quietly. Static answered me. I tried again, but nothing came through. Cell service in Coldwater was always spotty, especially in older buildings. I'd have to go back to the car to call in, but I didn't. Instead, I started down those stairs, each one groaning under my weight like it was in pain. My flashlight beam bounced off concrete walls as I descended into the cold darkness. It was at least 10 degrees colder down there than on the main floor. At the bottom of the stairs was a basement that ran the length of the house. Old shelving units, broken furniture, boxes of junk, typical abandoned house stuff. But on the far wall was something that didn't belong. A metal door, like something you'd see in a bank vault or an old military installation. It was rusted around the edges but looked solid, and it was slightly open. The blood trail led right to it. I approached slowly, gun raised, every hair on my body standing on end. "Police officer," I called again, but my voice came out as barely more than a whisper. I pulled the door open wider with my foot, shining my light inside. What I saw made me physically recoil. It was a small concrete room, maybe 8 by 8 feet. No windows, no other doors. In the center was a metal chair, and in that chair was a woman. Her clothes were torn and stained dark with what I assumed was blood. Her wrists were secured to the chair arms with rusted metal shackles. Her head was slumped forward, dark hair hiding her face. "Mom!" I rushed forward, holstering my gun to check for a pulse. "Mom, can you hear me?" When I touched her neck, her head snapped up so fast I stumbled back. Her eyes, God, her eyes. They were completely white, like cataracts, but worse, like there had never been pupils there at all. But the worst part was her mouth. It was sewn shut with thick black thread, the kind you'd use for heavy upholstery. The stitches were crude, uneven, and the skin around them was inflamed and infected. I backed away, fumbling for my radio. Karen, I need backup at the Jenkins house now. I've got a victim, female, injured." The metal door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, dropping my radio in the process. The sound echoed in the small concrete room. I lunged for the door, but there was no handle on the inside. I pounded on it, yelling for help, but it was solid metal. No one would hear me. As I bent to pick up my radio, it crackled to life, but it wasn't Karen's voice that came through. "You're too late, Officer Carter," a voice whispered. It was deep, guttural, like someone had swallowed gravel. Not human. Definitely not human. I turned back toward the woman, but she wasn't there anymore. The chair was empty, the shackles open. Standing in her place was, I don't even know how to describe it. Tall, taller than should have been possible in that room, its head bent against the ceiling, gaunt with skin that looked like old parchment stretched over bone, and its face, Jesus, its face. Where eyes should have been were two glowing red points of light. Its mouth was too wide, filled with teeth like broken glass. "What are you?" I managed to say, my back pressed against the cold metal door. It smiled. That's the only way I can describe it, though it was nothing like a human smile. "I am the darkness," it said, and my flashlight died, plunging us into absolute blackness except for those glowing red points. I fired my gun, all 6 rounds. In that small concrete room, the shots were deafening. The muzzle flash lit up the space for split seconds, and I saw it moving toward me, unaffected by the bullets, still smiling that terrible smile. Then something cold gripped my throat. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see. I felt myself being lifted off the ground. The next thing I remember is waking up in my cruiser, parked in front of my own house across town. It was 6:15 in the morning. My shift had ended, and somehow I'd driven home. My gun was fully loaded, my uniform was clean, no dust, no blood, nothing to suggest I'd ever entered that house. I tried to tell myself it was a dream, some kind of stress-induced hallucination, but then I noticed the bruises on my neck, 5 distinct marks, like fingers. And when I looked in the mirror, there was something in my eyes that hadn't been there before, a shadow moving behind my pupils when I wasn't looking directly at it. I quit the force the next day, told them it was stress, that I needed a break. I went to the doctor about my throat, said I'd fallen against a railing. They gave me painkillers that I never took. I drove by the Jenkins house once, in daylight. It looked the same as always, abandoned, rotting, ordinary. I went to the county records office and looked up the history of the place. The Jenkins family had lived there until 1972, when Mr. Jenkins killed his wife and then himself. The file mentioned a daughter who went missing around the same time, never found. The thing is, I keep seeing her now. The woman with the sewn mouth, in crowds, just glimpses, in my dreams, more vividly. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I hear that voice from my radio. "You're too late, Officer Carter. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know if what I experienced was real. All I know is that I can't stay in Coldwater anymore. I'm leaving tomorrow, heading west. Maybe putting some distance between me and that house will help. But sometimes I catch myself in the mirror and I see something moving in my eyes that isn't me. And I wonder if distance will be enough." Story 4. I still can't explain what happened to me last week. I've been driving trucks for over 20 years, and I've seen just about everything the road can throw at you. Accidents, weird hitchhikers, crazy weather, you name it. But this was different. I haven't been able to sleep right since it happened. I figured maybe writing it down might help me process it. It was around 1 in the morning last Tuesday. I was hauling a load of electronics from Dallas to Los Angeles, cutting through New Mexico on that lonely stretch of what used to be Route 66. Any trucker will tell you that night driving has its own rhythm. You get used to the solitude, the hypnotic white lines, the occasional set of headlights passing in the opposite direction. But something felt off that night. The sky was clear, stars everywhere, but there was this heaviness to the air, like the desert was holding its breath. I'd been driving for about 14 hours with just a couple short breaks, so I figured I was just tired. My eyelids were getting heavy, and I knew I needed to stop soon before I became a hazard. I remember checking my GPS, seeing nothing marked for the next 70 miles or so. My fuel gauge was showing just under a quarter tank, not critical, but not comfortable for that stretch of nothing ahead. I started calculating in my head whether I should push through or try to find somewhere to pull over and catch some sleep in the cab. That's when I saw it, a small flickering light in the distance. As I got closer, I could make out an old-fashioned neon sign that read, "Last Chance Gas and Diner." The gas part of the sign was flickering, barely hanging on, but it was definitely open. I felt this rush of relief wash over me. Perfect timing. I could fill up, grab some coffee, maybe even a hot meal. I signaled and pulled off the highway, my headlights cutting through the darkness as I approached the place. The parking lot was empty except for a single pickup truck parked near the entrance of the diner section. Not unusual for that time of night in the middle of nowhere, I figured. I pulled up to one of the pumps and killed the engine. That's when the first weird thing hit me. The silence. If you've ever been in the desert at night, you know it's never completely quiet. There's always something. Wind, insects, the distant sound of a vehicle on the highway. But this place was dead silent, like someone had hit mute on the world. I sat there for a moment, suddenly feeling uneasy. My truck's engine ticked as it cooled down, the only sound in that vacuum of silence. I glanced at the diner. The lights were on, but I couldn't see any movement inside. The pickup truck I'd noticed had dust all over it, like it had been sitting there for weeks, not hours. Still, I needed fuel, and I definitely needed coffee. I grabbed my wallet and climbed down from the cab. The moment my boots hit the gravel, I got hit with the smell, dust and something else, something acrid and unpleasant that I couldn't place. Maybe old cooking oil from the diner, I thought. I walked over to the pumps and realized they were the old-fashioned kind, not the digital ones most places have now. They had those spinning mechanical numbers, you know? I hadn't seen pumps like that in service for years. I figured this place was hanging on by a thread, probably some mom-and-pop operation barely surviving on the occasional trucker passing through. I tried to lift the nozzle, but it was stuck. I yanked harder, and a cloud of dust puffed up from it. That's when I noticed the layer of dust covering everything. The pumps, the ground, even the faded price list. $1.19 for regular. I almost laughed. When was the last time gas was that cheap? The early 90s? I looked around for an attendant, someone who could help with the pumps. The office behind the pumps was dark, and the diner still showed no signs of life despite the lights being on. I started walking toward the diner, and that's when I noticed something really strange about my truck. It looked different. Faded somehow, like I was seeing it through a dirty window or something. At first, I thought maybe it was just dust in the air caught in my headlights, but as I stood there staring, I realized my truck seemed to be losing its solidity, like it was fading into the darkness around it. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes. Lack of sleep, I told myself. I was just tired and seeing things. But when I looked again, my truck still had that strange, almost transparent quality to it. That's when the fear first really hit me. Not the uneasiness from before, but actual fear crawling up my spine. Something was wrong here. Seriously wrong. I decided to forget about the fuel and coffee. I just wanted to get back in my truck and get the hell out of there. I turned to head back, and that's when I saw it. A figure standing at the very edge of my headlight's reach. It wasn't a person, at least not like any person I've ever seen. It was a shadow, but darker than the darkness around it, like a hole cut into reality. It had no discernible features, no face, no clothing details, nothing that would mark it as human, but somehow I knew it was looking at me, watching me. I could feel its attention like a physical weight. I froze. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. We just stood there, me and this thing, for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then it moved. Not toward me, thank God, but sort of sideways, like it was circling around to get between me and my truck. That broke my paralysis. I bolted for the cab, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get them in the ignition. I kept glancing in my mirrors, expecting to see that shadow thing right behind me, but the parking lot looked empty. Still, I knew it was there, somewhere, watching. The engine roared to life, and I threw the truck into gear, not even bothering with a three-point turn. I just gunned it across the lot, back toward the highway, gravel spraying everywhere. As I hit the main road, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The last chance sign flickered once, twice, and then went dark. The whole place just disappeared into the darkness, like it had never been there at all. Only the dust cloud from my hasty exit proved I'd been anywhere at all. My heart was hammering in my chest as I pushed my speed up to 70, then 80. I didn't care about speed limits or fuel efficiency. I just wanted distance between me and whatever the hell that place was. About 15 minutes later, when I felt like I could breathe again, I decided to reach out on the CB radio. Sometimes there's comfort in another human voice, you know. Breaker 19, this is Lone Wolf. Anybody got their ears on? Over. My voice was still shaky, and I hated how scared I sounded. There was static, then a voice came through, scratchy but clear enough. This is Night Owl. I read you, Lone Wolf. You sound like you've seen a ghost. Everything okay? Over. I hesitated. How do you tell someone you just saw something impossible without sounding crazy? But I needed to talk to someone, and the anonymous nature of CB radio made it easier. Night Owl. I just had the strangest experience at a truck stop about 15 miles back. Place called Last Chance. You familiar with it? Over. There was a long pause. So long I thought maybe I'd lost the connection. Lone Wolf, you say you just came from Last Chance, the one on Old 66 just past the mesa. Over. That's the one. Strange place. Felt wrong somehow. Over. Another pause, then Night Owl's voice came back, quieter now. Lone Wolf. That place burned down over 20 years ago, never rebuilt it. There's nothing there now but concrete foundations and bad memories. Over. My blood went cold. I almost drove off the road right then and there. What do you mean? I was just there. Saw the sign, the pumps, everything. Over. Listen, I've been driving this route for 30 years. That place has been gone since '98. Big fire, killed the owner and his wife. But you're not the first to say you've seen it. Some of the old-timers talk about how that stretch of road gets thin sometimes, like the past bleeds into the present. Did you see anyone there? Over. I gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. Should I tell him about the shadow thing? Would he think I was crazy or drunk or high? There was something. Not a person, like a shadow, but wrong somehow. Over. Night Owl's voice dropped even lower. Yeah, that tracks with what others have said. Listen, Lone Wolf, my advice. Keep driving till dawn. Don't stop on that stretch again. Not ever. Some places, they get haunted. That's one of them. Over. We talked a little more. Night Owl trying to keep me company, keep me calm. He told me there was a real truck stop about 60 miles ahead, a pilot with all the amenities. I thanked him and kept my speed high, watching my fuel gauge dip lower and lower, praying I'd make it. I did make it to the pilot just as dawn was breaking. The place was bustling with morning activity, trucks coming and going, the smell of breakfast cooking, people getting coffee. Normal stuff, real stuff. I filled up my tank, went inside, and ordered the biggest coffee they had, along with a breakfast sandwich I barely tasted. I sat there in that brightly lit diner section, surrounded by other truckers and early morning travelers, but I still felt completely alone. How do you go back to normal after something like that? How do you explain to yourself what you saw when there is no explanation? I checked the news on my phone, half expecting to see something about strange phenomena on that stretch of highway, but there was nothing, just the usual bad news from around the world. I must have dozed off in my booth because a waitress gently shook me awake. Sir, you okay? We need the table for other customers. I apologized, paid my bill, and headed back to my truck. The bright morning sun made last night's experience seem like a bad dream. But I know it wasn't. It was real. The dust on my boots was real. The fear I felt was real. I've continued on with my route, made my delivery in LA, picked up a new load. Life goes on, but I keep thinking about what Night Owl said about the past bleeding into the present, about places that get haunted. I've been a trucker for over 2 decades. I've driven through all 48 contiguous states countless times, but I'm changing my routes now. No more New Mexico desert at night. No more old Route 66. Whatever is waiting at that phantom truck stop, whatever that shadow thing was, I never want to see it again. But sometimes when I'm driving late and the road gets empty, I check my mirrors more often than I need to, because I can't shake the feeling that something followed me from that place. Something that's just waiting for its chance to step out of the shadows again. Story 5. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family because, honestly, who would believe me? I was only 5 years old when it happened, but I remember it like it was yesterday. It's been over 20 years, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This happened back when we were living in this old 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood. My aunt and cousin lived just down the street from us, close enough that we could see their front door from our living room window. We were pretty tight-knit. They'd come over for dinner a couple times a week, and my cousin Emily and I were basically like sisters, despite her being 3 years older. That night, we'd gone to some community fair or carnival thing. I don't remember much about the event itself, just that we'd gotten home really late, way past my bedtime. I was exhausted. My parents carried me from the car because I was half asleep. I remember my dad tucking me into bed, and I was out like a light within seconds. I'm not sure how long I was asleep before it happened. All I know is that I woke up suddenly, the way you do when you feel someone watching you. You know that feeling? Like the air in the room changes or something. My bedroom was dark except for my little night light shaped like a moon that cast this soft blue glow across the floor. My bed faced the doorway, and that's when I saw them. My Aunt Karen and Cousin Emily standing in my doorway. They were just standing there, completely still. At first, I thought maybe I was still dreaming or that they'd come over after we got home, though that didn't make sense given how late it was. But they were right there, wearing the same clothes they'd had on at the fair earlier. Aunt Karen in her floral blouse and Emily in her favorite purple shirt. "Aunt Karen?" I whispered, sitting up in bed. Neither of them responded. They just kept staring at me with these weird, stretched smiles. The kind of smile that uses too many muscles in your face, you know? The kind that doesn't look natural. That's when I noticed the balloons and wrapped gifts in their hands. Aunt Karen was holding two big silver balloons, while Emily had this box wrapped in shiny paper. It wasn't my birthday or anything. It made no sense. I remember squinting, trying to see them better in the dim light, and that's when I realized something was terribly wrong with their faces. Where their eyes should have been were just empty spaces, dark, hollow sockets, but they were still somehow looking at me. I could feel it. My blood went cold. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just sat there, clutching my blanket up to my chin, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I wanted to call for my parents, but my voice wouldn't work. It was like my vocal cords were frozen. Then, slowly, Emily lifted her free hand and beckoned to me with her finger. "Come here," the gesture said. "Come with us." Aunt Karen did the same, her smile stretching even wider. I swear I could almost hear their joints creaking as they moved, though they made no actual sound. The silence was the worst part. It was so thick and heavy in the room that it felt like another presence. I shook my head. No. I couldn't bring myself to speak, but I managed that small movement. In response, they both tilted their heads at exactly the same angle, like dolls being manipulated by the same hand. Then they took one synchronized step into my room. I pulled my blanket over my head at that point. I was shaking so hard the bed was probably vibrating. I counted to 10 slowly in my head, trying to calm down, trying to convince myself this wasn't real. When I finally got the courage to peek out again, they were standing closer to my bed, maybe 4 feet away. The moonlight from my window fell across Emily's face, and I could see more clearly now that where her eyes should be were just dark, empty holes. But the rest of her looked so normal. Her freckles, her slightly crooked teeth in that horrible smile. It was definitely her, just wrong. They stood there for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. I was too terrified to move or call out. I just stared at them, and they stared back with their non-eyes. Then, very slowly and in perfect unison, they both raised their arms, offering me the balloons and gift. I shook my head again, more forcefully this time. "No," I managed to whisper. Their smiles faltered for just a second, a tiny twitch at the corners of their mouths. Then, still moving in sync, they lowered their arms, took a step back, and turned toward the door. Before they left, they both looked over their shoulders at me one last time. Emily put her finger to her lips in a shh gesture. Then Aunt Karen slowly pulled my bedroom door closed, and they were gone. I sat there in the dark, too afraid to get out of bed. Too afraid to call for my parents, too afraid to even breathe too loudly. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion and fear. The next morning, I ran to my parents' room the second I woke up. I was crying, trying to explain what had happened, but it came out all jumbled. My dad kept saying, "Slow down, honey. What are you talking about?" When I finally managed to tell them about Aunt Karen and Emily visiting my room in the night, my mom immediately said, "You had a bad dream, sweetie. Your aunt and cousin went straight home after the fair. They weren't here." "It wasn't a dream," I insisted. "They were really there. They had balloons and presents, and they wanted me to go with them. My parents exchanged that look adults give each other when they think a kid is making something up. My dad knelt down and said gently, "Sometimes dreams can feel very real, especially when you're overtired. We got home very late, remember? But I knew what I'd seen. Their eyes were gone," I told them. "They didn't have any eyes." That's when my mom started to look concerned, but not in the way I wanted. She felt my forehead to check if I had a fever. "I can prove it," I said, pulling away from her. "We can see Aunt Karen's house from our window, and nobody came out last night." "They were already here." My dad humored me, and we went to the living room where you could see my aunt's house down the street. He pointed out that if they'd come over, we would have heard them knocking or ringing the doorbell. But I was adamant. They didn't use the door. They were just there. My mom called Aunt Karen that morning, supposedly to check on something else, but I knew she was asking about last night. I heard her saying things like, "No reason, just checking," and "She had a vivid dream about you two." When she hung up, she told me that Aunt Karen and Emily had gone straight to bed after getting home from the fair and hadn't left until this morning. They'd been asleep the whole time I claimed to have seen them in my room, but I saw them, I repeated, starting to doubt myself a little. Between 11 and 1. I looked at my clock. My dad suggested that maybe I'd seen their reflections in my window or something, but my bed didn't face any windows. There was no explanation that made sense. For weeks afterward, I was terrified of going to sleep. I'd beg my parents to leave my door open and the hallway light on. I'd check under my bed and in my closet repeatedly. The weird thing was, I wasn't afraid of my actual aunt and cousin. When they came over for Sunday dinner the following weekend, they were just normal. Eyes intact, no creepy smiles, acting like the loving family members they'd always been. It was like there were two versions of them, the real ones and whatever I'd seen that night. As I got older, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, though I could move. Maybe it was a vivid dream, though I've never had one before or since that felt so real. Maybe it was my imagination, though I can still picture those eyeless faces with perfect clarity all these years later. The part that still bothers me the most, the detail I can never explain away, is the synchronized movements. The way they moved exactly in unison, like they were being controlled by the same force. No two people moved that perfectly together, not even twins. And the way Emily put her finger to her lips before they left, like they were sharing a secret with me, a secret I still don't understand. I'm 27 now, and I've never seen anything like that again. But sometimes, on nights when I can't sleep, my mind wanders back to that moment. I wonder what would have happened if I'd taken those gifts, if I'd gone with them. Where would they have taken me? My aunt passed away 3 years ago from cancer. At her funeral, Emily hugged me and whispered, "Remember when we were kids and you thought you saw us in your room that night?" She laughed a little. Mom and I used to joke about that, like we had evil twins or something. I forced a smile and nodded, but I didn't tell her that I still check my bedroom doorway before I go to sleep every night. I didn't tell her that sometimes when I'm drifting off, I think I hear the faint sound of balloons rubbing together. And I definitely didn't tell her that once, just once, a few months after that night, I thought I saw them again, standing across the street as I waited for the school bus, holding those same balloons and gifts, smiling those same stretched smiles. I blinked, and they were gone. But I know what I saw, and no matter how many years pass, no matter how many people tell me it was just a dream, I know they were there in my room that night. And sometimes I can't help but wonder if they're still waiting for me to take their gifts. Story 6. I've been debating whether to post this for months. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help or just make the nightmares worse. My therapist thinks it might be good to share my experience, but honestly, I don't think anyone will believe me. I'm not even sure I believe what happened myself anymore. This happened last October when I was driving my sister Sophie back to college after fall break. She's 3 years younger than me and goes to school about 4 hours from our hometown. I'd made the drive plenty of times before, but this time I decided to take a scenic route through the mountains that Google Maps suggested would only add about 30 minutes to our trip. Big mistake. It was around 4 in the afternoon when we turned onto this narrow mountain road. The fall colors were amazing, all those reds and oranges against the darkening sky. Sophie was half asleep in the passenger seat, her head against the window, and we had some podcast playing that I wasn't really listening to. Everything was fine until my phone lost signal. The GPS froze, then disappeared completely. I wasn't too worried at first. I figured we just needed to keep following the road until we hit civilization again. But then the road started getting worse, narrower with more potholes and these weird sharp turns that seemed to lead us deeper into the mountains instead of through them. "Jason, are we lost?" Sophie finally asked, sitting up straight and looking around at the thickening forest on both sides of the road. "No, just taking the scenic route," I said, trying to sound confident even though I had absolutely no idea where we were. The sun was already dipping behind the mountains, and the shadows were getting longer. I kept thinking we'd hit a main road soon, but every turn just took us deeper into nowhere. By 6, it was almost completely dark, and I was starting to get seriously worried. We hadn't passed another car in over an hour, and my gas gauge was hovering just above a quarter tank. Sophie kept checking her phone, but neither of us had any signal. The road had deteriorated to the point that I had to slow down to about 20 miles per hour to avoid the worst of the potholes. Then, as we rounded yet another bend, we saw lights in the distance. Not many, just a faint cluster of what looked like streetlights in a valley below. "Thank God," Sophie muttered, and I felt the same relief. Any civilization meant directions, gas, and maybe food, since we'd finished our snacks hours ago. As we got closer, I could make out the outline of a small town nestled in the valley. There was a wooden sign at the side of the road, half rotted and leaning sideways. In faded letters, it read, "Welcome to Hollow Creek, population 347. Something about that sign made my skin crawl, but I was too focused on finding gas to worry about it. The road widened slightly as we entered the town, but the pavement was cracked, with weeds growing through. Most of the buildings we passed were dark, with boarded-up windows and peeling paint. The few streetlights that worked flickered like they were about to give out. "This place looks abandoned," Sophie whispered, and she was right. There were no cars parked along the street, no people walking around, no open businesses, just empty, decrepit buildings that looked like they'd been forgotten for decades. "Maybe it's one of those old mining towns," I suggested, though I didn't really believe it. Something felt wrong about Hollow Creek, like the whole place was holding its breath, waiting for something. We drove slowly down what seemed to be the main street, looking for any sign of life. At the far end, I spotted a faint light coming from inside what looked like a gas station. It was the only building that showed any signs of being occupied. "Let's try there," I said, pulling up to the ancient gas pumps. They looked like they belonged in a museum, not a functioning business. The station itself was a small building with a dirty glass front and a flickering fluorescent light visible inside. We sat in the car for a moment, neither of us eager to get out. The silence in the town was oppressive. No distant traffic, no music from bars, not even the sound of crickets or night birds, just dead silence. "I'll go in and ask for directions," I finally said, unbuckling my seatbelt. "Maybe they can tell us how to get back to the highway." Sophie grabbed my arm. "I'm coming with you. I'm not staying in the car alone in this creepy place." Together, we approached the gas station. The door creaked when I pushed it open, and a bell jingled overhead, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. Inside, the place smelled musty and old, like no one had properly cleaned it in years. The shelves were mostly empty, with just a few dusty cans and packages scattered around. Behind the counter was no one. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the empty store. No answer. We waited a few minutes, but no attendant appeared. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed and flickered, casting weird shadows across the dirty floor. Sophie moved closer to me, and I could feel her shivering slightly. That's when I noticed a piece of paper taped to the counter. It looked relatively new compared to everything else in the station. The paper was white and clean, the writing on it dark and clear. I moved closer to read it. "Don't stay after dark. If you hear them, don't answer. Leave before the moon is full." I felt a chill run down my spine as I read those words. Sophie leaned in to see what I was looking at, and I heard her sharp intake of breath. "Jason, let's go," she whispered, tugging at my sleeve. "This place is giving me the creeps." I nodded, but as we turned to leave, I noticed something else. A folded map on the counter next to the note. I grabbed it, thinking it might help us find our way out of here, and stuffed it in my pocket. As we headed for the door, the fluorescent light above us suddenly buzzed loudly, flickered violently, and then went out completely, plunging the store into darkness. Sophie let out a small scream, and I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight. In the sudden darkness, I became aware of a sound, so faint at first that I thought I was imagining it. A whisper, like someone exhaling right next to my ear, then another and another, until it seemed like the darkness around us was filled with whispering voices. I couldn't make out what they were saying, just a constant, insistent murmuring that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. My phone's flashlight finally came on, cutting a weak beam through the darkness, but there was no one else in the store with us, just those whispers, growing louder by the second. "Run!" I grabbed Sophie's hand and we bolted for the door, practically falling outside in our panic. The streetlights we'd seen earlier were now completely out. The only illumination came from a full moon overhead, casting everything in a sickly pale light. And in that light, I saw something that made my blood freeze. Standing at the edge of the parking lot were figures, tall, unnaturally thin figures shrouded in what looked like tattered clothes or maybe just shadows. They were too far away to see clearly, but I could feel them watching us, and the whispers were coming from them, carried on the still air. We ran to the car, our feet crunching loudly on the gravel. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The figures began to move toward us, gliding rather than walking, their movements jerky and wrong. As they got closer, I could see their hands reaching out, long skeletal fingers stretching toward us. The engine finally started, and I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning on the loose gravel. Sophie was sobbing next to me, her face buried in her hands. I didn't blame her. I felt like screaming myself. We sped back through the town, the headlights illuminating the empty buildings that somehow looked even more menacing now. In the rearview mirror, I could see the figures following us, moving impossibly fast for something walking. "They're following us," Sophie cried, looking back through the rear window. "Jason, drive faster." I pushed the accelerator to the floor, taking the turns too fast, feeling the car slide on the uneven road. We reached the outskirts of town and started climbing back up the mountain road we'd come in on. For a moment, I thought we'd escaped. Then the fog rolled in. It came out of nowhere. One minute, the road was clear in our headlights. The next, it was like driving into a wall of white. I had to slow down, squinting to see even a few feet ahead. The whispers returned, somehow inside the car with us now, a constant hissing murmur that made my skin crawl. "Do you hear that?" Sophie whispered, her voice tight with fear. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The fog grew thicker until I couldn't see the road at all. I slowed to a crawl, afraid of driving off the edge of the mountain. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, almost like they were trying to tell us something. And then the road disappeared completely. 1 second it was there, faintly visible through the fog, and the next there was nothing but white in all directions. I stopped the car, not knowing what else to do. The engine was still running, but it felt like we weren't on solid ground anymore, like we were floating in the fog. "What's happening?" Sophie's voice was barely audible over the whispers, which had risen to a near roar. Then the figures appeared again, materializing from the fog and surrounding our car. Through the windows, I could see them pressing close, those skeletal hands reaching for us, scratching at the glass. Their faces were just shadows, but I could feel their hunger, their intent. The car's engine died, plunging us into silence, broken only by those terrible whispers. Sophie grabbed my hand, squeezing so hard it hurt. The temperature inside the car dropped rapidly until I could see our breath misting in the air. One whisper rose above the others, clear and distinct. "You shouldn't have stayed." Then darkness, complete and absolute darkness that seemed to swallow not just light, but sound and sensation too. I couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't even feel Sophie's hand in mine anymore. It was like being erased from existence. I don't remember how we got out of there. The next thing I clearly remember is waking up in our car, parked at a rest stop off the highway, over 50 miles from where the turn to the mountain road should have been. Sophie was asleep beside me, pale but breathing normally. It was morning, the sun just rising, and according to my phone, we'd lost an entire night. The map I'd taken from the gas station was gone, so was the quarter tank of gas we'd had. The needle sat firmly on empty, though somehow we'd made it to the rest stop, and on the back of Sophie's hand was a mark. 5 thin, dark lines, like someone had drawn them with a marker, or like the imprint of skeletal fingers. Sophie doesn't remember anything after entering Hollow Creek. She says it's all a blank, and maybe that's for the best. I've looked for information about the town since then, searched maps and local histories, but there's no record of a place called Hollow Creek ever existing in those mountains. Sometimes, when it's very quiet at night, I still hear those whispers. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see tall, thin shadows watching me from a distance. I don't know what happened to us that night, or what those things in Hollow Creek were. I just know that whatever we stumbled into wasn't meant for us to understand, and I know that somehow we're still being watched. Story 7. I still can't explain what happened to me last December. I've been driving 18-wheelers for 22 years now, and I've seen just about everything you can imagine on America's highways. Weird accidents, beautiful sunsets, all kinds of wild animals, and more than my fair share of strange people at truck stops. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, compares to what I experienced during that blizzard on the Wyoming-South Dakota border. My name's Jack Reynolds. I haul freight cross-country, mostly consumer goods. I've got a perfect safety record, and I know when to pull over if conditions get dangerous. My dispatcher knows I don't mess around with weather, but that night, I pushed it too far. The forecast had called for snow, but nothing extreme. 6 to 8 inches spread over the night. Manageable. I had a tight deadline. A warehouse in Rapid City was expecting their delivery by 6 in the morning, and I was determined to make it on time. My reputation depends on reliability. Maybe that's why I ignored the warning signs. It started around 7 in the evening. I was about 40 miles west of the state line when the snow began falling harder than predicted. Within an hour, visibility dropped to almost nothing. The radio was buzzing with reports of road closures further east, but I figured I could make it to the next truck stop before they shut everything down. The temperature gauge on my dash showed 8 degrees Fahrenheit and dropping. My wipers were barely keeping up with the snow. The road had disappeared under a blanket of white, and I was essentially following the taillights of the few vehicles still crazy enough to be out there. I slowed to about 25 miles per hour, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Around 9 at night, I passed a sign indicating I'd crossed into South Dakota, though I could barely see it through the swirling snow. The interstate had become a ghost road, hardly any traffic, just endless white in my headlights. That's when I first noticed the truck. It was parked on the shoulder, no hazards blinking, completely dark, no running lights, no cabin lights, nothing. In this weather, that was basically suicide. If another truck drifted even slightly off course in the whiteout conditions, they'd plow right into it. I slowed down further, thinking maybe someone needed help. As I carefully navigated past the stationary truck, I glanced over to see if the driver was still inside. That's when I saw him. A man sat perfectly upright behind the wheel. His face was so pale it seemed to glow slightly in the darkness of the cab. He was staring straight ahead, completely motionless, with these unnaturally wide eyes. I'm talking about eyes open so wide they didn't look human. His expression was blank, completely vacant. I honked my horn as I passed, thinking maybe he'd fallen asleep with his eyes open or something. But he didn't react at all, not even a blink. Something about that face sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the temperature outside. It wasn't right. People don't sit like that, completely still, staring into a blizzard with their truck's engine off in sub-zero temperatures. I radioed it in to whoever might be listening, reporting a potentially stranded trucker. No response came back, just static. The storm was probably interfering with the signal. I made a mental note of the mile marker and decided I'd report it at the next rest stop. The conditions worsened over the next hour. The snow was coming down so hard I could barely see 20 feet ahead. My GPS indicated a rest area coming up in 3 miles, and I decided I needed to stop and wait out the worst of the storm. When I pulled in, the place was deserted. Not even a maintenance truck. The state must have pulled their workers off the roads hours ago, which was never a good sign. I parked as far from the building as possible, backing into a spot where I could pull straight out if I needed to leave in a hurry. Force of habit, I guess. I shut down the engine but kept the auxiliary power running for heat. According to the weather alert on my phone, the storm was expected to rage for at least another 6 hours. I figured I'd try to get some sleep and reassess around 4 in the morning. Sleep didn't come easy. I kept thinking about that man in the truck, sitting there in the freezing cold with no heat. I should have stopped. Maybe he was in shock from an accident. Maybe he needed medical attention. The guilt gnawed at me as I drifted in and out of a restless sleep. It must have been around midnight when I heard it for the first time. Tap, 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 a soft, rhythmic sound on my passenger window. At first, I thought it was just ice or snow hitting the glass, but it was too regular, too deliberate. Tap, 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 3 taps, a pause, then 3 more. I sat up in my bunk and strained my eyes to see through the window, but the interior light was reflecting off the glass, making it impossible to see outside. I killed the light and pressed my face closer to the window. The tapping stopped momentarily. That's when I saw him. Standing outside my truck, illuminated dimly by the rest area's distant lights, was the same man from the abandoned truck. Same pale face. Same wide, unblinking eyes, same expressionless features. He was wearing a thin trucker jacket that was completely inadequate for the weather, covered in a layer of snow as if he'd been outside for hours. This was impossible. That truck had been at least 30 miles back, and in this blizzard, there was no way anyone could have walked that distance, especially dressed like that. He should have been dead from hypothermia. I froze, unable to move or even think clearly. The man's lips began to move, and even though my windows were closed and the wind was howling outside, I swear I could hear his whisper clearly. "Let me in." His voice didn't sound right. It was raspy, like someone who hadn't spoken in days, and despite the sub-zero temperature, I couldn't see his breath. Everyone's breath creates vapor in that kind of cold. Everyone's except his. "Let me in, Jack," he whispered again, and hearing my name made my blood run cold. How did he know who I was? My truck had my company's logo, not my personal name. I shook my head slowly, unable to speak. The man's expression didn't change, not a flicker of disappointment or anger, but he slowly raised his hand and placed it flat against the glass. His skin was so pale it looked blue in the dim light, and his fingernails had a grayish tinge to them. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only seconds. Then, without warning, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the swirling snow. He didn't hunch against the wind or struggle through the drifts. He just walked smoothly and steadily, as if the blizzard wasn't even there. I sat there shaking for at least 10 minutes, trying to convince myself I'd dreamed the whole thing, but I knew I hadn't been asleep. I was wide awake, and what I'd seen was real, or at least it seemed real, which at that point was the same thing to my terrified mind. I couldn't stay at that rest stop. Sleep was out of the question now. I fired up the engine, turned the heat to maximum, and pulled back onto the interstate. The storm was still raging, but I'd take my chances with the weather over whatever I'd just encountered. For the next 4 hours, I drove through the worst blizzard of my career, fighting to keep my rig on the road and my mind focused on driving rather than the image of that pale face at my window. The sun was just starting to lighten the eastern sky when I finally rolled into Rapid City. By some miracle, I made my delivery on time, but I was a wreck, exhausted, jumpy, and unable to shake the feeling that something was following me. I took a room at a motel rather than sleep in my truck that day. I didn't have another load scheduled until the following morning, and I needed a door that locked and walls that weren't made of thin metal. I slept fitfully, waking up at every sound, half expecting to hear that tap, tap, tap at my window again. The next evening, I stopped at a truck stop outside Sioux Falls for coffee before starting my return trip. A group of drivers were huddled around a table, swapping stories the way truckers do. I wasn't really listening until I heard one of them mention the Wyoming-South Dakota route during blizzards. "You ever hear about the ghost trucker?" One of the older drivers asked the group. "They say he broke down during a blizzard back in 1986, somewhere near the state line. By the time they found him 3 days later, he'd frozen solid in his cab. Apparently, his truck's heater had failed, and he couldn't get anyone to stop and help him." My coffee cup froze halfway to my lips. "The weird thing," the driver continued, "is that every few years during the worst winter storms, truckers report seeing a man standing along that stretch of highway. Some say he tries to flag them down. Others say he somehow appears right at their window, asking to be let in. Always the same description: pale face, wide eyes, thin jacket." Another driver chimed in. "My cousin swears he saw him back in 2008. Says the guy knocked on his window at a rest stop, knew his name somehow. Scared him so bad he quit long-haul driving altogether. I wanted to speak up, to tell them what had happened to me just the night before, but the words wouldn't come. What if they thought I was crazy or just trying to one-up their ghost story? What if talking about it somehow made it more real?" So I kept quiet, paid for my coffee, and left. That was 4 months ago. I'm still driving, but I've requested routes that keep me in the southern states. I haven't been back to Wyoming or South Dakota since, and I don't plan to, especially not during winter. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. Sometimes when I'm parked at a truck stop or rest area, no matter where I am, I swear I can hear that faint tap, tap, tap on my window. It always comes around midnight, always in the same rhythm. I never look anymore. I don't want to know if he's found me again. I don't know what I encountered that night. A ghost, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and stress, some kind of bizarre coincidence. All I know is that I should have stopped to help that driver when I first saw him sitting in his dark cab. Maybe if I had, he wouldn't have come looking for me later. So if you're driving through a snowstorm and you see a truck pulled over with its lights off, think twice about what you should do. And if you hear a tapping at your window in the middle of the night, my advice is simple: don't look, and whatever you do, don't let him in. Story 8. I still can't explain what happened that night in Mexico. It's been 3 months and I haven't slept right since. I've tried talking to friends back home about it, but they just laugh it off. Probably just a street dog, or you were tired and imagining things. But Max was there too. He saw the same thing I did, and neither of us can make sense of it. Max and I had just moved to a small town outside Mexico City about 2 weeks before it happened. We're both English teachers at this international school, and we'd been exploring the area whenever we had free time. The locals had been really friendly, helping us find our way around and recommending places to eat. It felt like we were settling in well. That day started normally enough. We decided to take a walk around the neighborhood after our classes finished around 3 in the afternoon. The weather was perfect, warm but not too hot with a slight breeze. We were talking about how different Mexico was from back home, how the colors seemed more vibrant here, how the food made everything we'd eaten before seem bland. About 15 minutes into our walk, this medium-sized mutt started following us. He was this scruffy little thing, tan with white patches, probably some kind of terrier mix. He kept a respectful distance at first, but eventually came closer when Max crouched down and held out his hand. The little guy was friendly but cautious, definitely a street dog, but not aggressive or frightened. He had this funny way of tilting his head whenever we spoke to him. We didn't have any food on us, but he followed anyway. We named him Poco on the spot. He walked with us for over a mile, sometimes running ahead, sometimes falling behind to sniff something interesting, but always coming back to us. It was like he'd adopted us. When we decided to grab some food at this little taqueria, Poco waited outside at first. We could see him through the window, sitting patiently by the door. The owner saw us watching him and said something in Spanish I didn't catch. My Spanish is still pretty basic. Max understood more than me and told me the owner said street dogs were common, and this one seemed to have chosen us. We ordered our food, and when I looked back at the window, Poco was gone. I figured he'd gotten bored waiting. We ate our tacos, which were incredible by the way, and then headed back to our apartment. The whole time I kept looking around for Poco, hoping to spot him again. Back at the apartment, Max and I couldn't stop talking about the dog. There was something about him that just got to us. Maybe because we were both missing our pets from back home, or maybe it was just nice to feel chosen by this creature in a place where we were still outsiders. Either way, by around 7:30 that evening, we'd convinced ourselves we needed to find him again. He might be hungry, Max said. We should bring him some food. So we grabbed some leftover chicken from our fridge and headed out. The sun was just setting, painting everything gold and pink. The streets were quieter now, with fewer people around. We walked back toward the route we'd taken earlier, calling out Poco every so often and feeling slightly ridiculous. As darkness fell, we kept going, moving away from the main streets and into the residential areas. The streetlights were spaced farther apart here, creating pools of yellow light with stretches of darkness between them. I remember feeling a slight unease as we turned onto this one particular street. It was narrower than the others, with high walls on both sides and very few windows facing the road. Maybe we should head back, I suggested, the chicken now warm and slightly greasy in the plastic container I was carrying. It's getting pretty dark, Max pointed ahead. Let's just check down there first. I think I see something. I squinted into the darkness. The street curved slightly, and at the bend I could just make out a shape, something dark against the shadows. As we got closer, I realized it was a dog, much bigger than Poco, with a muscular build that reminded me of a Rottweiler. It was standing completely still in the middle of the road facing us. "That's not Poco," I whispered, slowing my steps. Max nodded, also slowing down. The dog didn't move. Most street dogs I'd encountered would either approach hopefully or back away cautiously. This one did neither. It just stood there, rigid, its posture somehow unnatural, legs stiff, head held at an angle that seemed slightly wrong. We were about 30 feet away when I noticed its eyes. They were reflecting light, glowing an intense white that seemed to illuminate nothing around them. The strange thing was, there were no headlights behind us, no streetlights nearby, nothing that should have caused that kind of reflection. "Do you see that?" Max whispered. I nodded, unable to look away from those eyes. They weren't just reflecting, they were emitting light, like two small flashlights pointing directly at us. The silence hit me next. The normal sounds of the evening, distant traffic, music from houses, the rustle of trees, all seemed to have disappeared. It was like we'd stepped into some kind of vacuum. The only sound was our breathing, which seemed unnaturally loud. We stood frozen, maybe 15 feet from the dog now. It hadn't moved a muscle since we'd spotted it. Not a twitch of the ear, not a shift of weight, not even the rise and fall of breathing. Just those glowing eyes fixed on us. I felt a pressure building around us, like the air had become thicker, heavier. It wasn't just fear, it was something physical, like walking into an invisible wall. I remember thinking clearly, we can't go around this. We either walk through whatever this is, or we turn back. The dog's stillness was the most unnerving thing. Real animals fidget, shift their weight, blink. This thing didn't. It was like a photograph of a dog projected into three-dimensional space. I don't know how long we stood there, probably only seconds, but it felt like hours. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. It wasn't just fear paralyzing me. It was that invisible field, that heaviness in the air. Finally, Max gripped my arm. "Let's go back," he whispered, his voice tight with fear. Slowly, we started backing up, step by step, never taking our eyes off the thing. As we retreated, something happened that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. The dog, or whatever it was, rotated to face the opposite direction, not by turning around like a normal animal would. Its body pivoted rigidly, like a statue being rotated on a platform, its legs never changing position. The movement was mechanical, deliberate, completely unlike anything a living creature would do. Once it had completed its rotation, it again became completely still, now facing away from us, its posture identical to before, as if it had been placed there by invisible hands. We backed up until we reached the intersection, then turned and walked quickly toward the more populated streets. Neither of us spoke. I could feel sweat running down my back despite the cool evening air. Even after we were blocks away, surrounded by streetlights and the occasional passerby, I couldn't shake the feeling we were being followed. Not physically, I kept looking back, and there was nothing there, but energetically, like whatever we'd encountered had somehow attached itself to us. Max felt it too. "Something's watching us," he muttered as we hurried along the main road. "I can feel it." The sensation followed us all the way back to our apartment. Even inside, with the door locked and all the lights on, I felt exposed, observed. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see those white eyes staring in at us. We finally talked about it around midnight, sitting at our kitchen table, both too wired to sleep. "That wasn't a dog," Max said flatly. "No," I agreed, "it wasn't." "Did you feel that thing, that field?" I nodded, like walking into thick water. "What the hell was it? Some kind of, I don't know, hallucination we both had?" I shook my head. We both saw the same thing, felt the same thing. We stayed up until dawn, going through possibilities. A sick dog, a trick of the light. Stress and imagination. None of the explanations fit. None of them addressed those unblinking glowing eyes or that unnatural rotation or the pressure field we'd both felt. The next day, we casually asked our neighbors and some colleagues at school about local superstitions involving black dogs. One of the older teachers got very serious and told us about something called the Cadello Negro, a demonic dog-like entity in Latin American folklore that stalks travelers at night. She laughed it off afterward, saying it was just an old story to keep children from wandering around after dark. But the way her smile didn't reach her eyes made me wonder if she believed it was more than that. We never saw Poco again. We never went back to that street either. We take different routes now, stick to well-lit areas, and never go out walking after dark. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced those white eyes are watching me through the window. I don't know what we encountered that night. I don't know if it was something supernatural or just something I don't have the knowledge to explain, but I know what I saw, what I felt. It wasn't a normal animal. It wasn't even alive in any way I understand life. It was something else, something that looked like a dog but wasn't, something that stood at the boundary between our world and somewhere else. The worst part is not knowing what would have happened if we'd kept walking toward it, if we'd stepped fully into that field of energy that surrounded it. Sometimes I think we narrowly escaped something terrible. Other times I wonder if it was trying to communicate something, to warn us. All I know for certain is that I'll never look at dogs the same way again, especially at night, especially when they're standing too still, watching too intently, because now I know that sometimes what looks like a dog isn't a dog at all. Story 9. I never really believed in the supernatural before all this happened. Sure, I'd heard the village elders talk about spirits and demons, but I always chalked it up to superstition. That changed after my cousin Ankit's death 3 months ago. I still can't explain what happened that night on the coastal road, or what continues to happen to me now. Ankit had been sick for months. Cancer. By the end, He was just skin and bones in a hospital bed we'd set up in his parents' home. Our whole family had gathered in their small house in our village about 20 kilometers from where I live. It's a remote place in coastal India, surrounded by beaches on one side and thick forests on the other. I'd been staying with them for 2 days, taking turns with other family members to sit with Ankit. That afternoon, I was alone with him when his breathing changed. It became shallow with long pauses between each breath. I knew enough to recognize he was close to the end. "And Kit, should I call someone?" I asked, but he just stared at the ceiling, his eyes unfocused. I pressed the buzzer we used to alert the family in the other room. Within seconds, my aunt and uncle rushed in, followed by others. We gathered around his bed as his breathing slowed even more. The room felt heavy with grief and something else, something I can't quite name. The air seemed to thicken as Ankit took his final breath. His body tensed, then completely relaxed. That's when it happened. Something they don't really prepare you for. His bowels released. The smell was immediate and overwhelming, but nobody moved to clean him right away. Everyone was focused on their grief, holding each other and crying. I stepped back to give his parents space, and somehow in the commotion, as people moved around the small room, I ended up with some of that waste smeared on my forearm. I noticed it immediately, a brownish streak about 3 inches long. I quietly slipped out to the bathroom, disgusted, but not wanting to make a scene during such a solemn moment. I scrubbed my arm thoroughly with soap and hot water until my skin was red and raw. I was sure I'd cleaned it completely, but when I stepped back into the hallway, I could still smell it. Not just the general smell lingering from the room, but specifically on me. I checked my arm again. Nothing was there, but the smell persisted. I figured it was just in my head or maybe on my clothes, so I changed my shirt before rejoining the family. The next 24 hours were a blur of funeral preparations. In our tradition, we needed to cremate Ankit quickly. The ceremony was set for the next evening. Throughout the day, I kept catching whiffs of that same smell, but no one else seemed to notice anything. I bathed twice more, even using a strong-smelling cologne my uncle had, but nothing helped. The cremation ceremony was emotional, but beautiful in its own way. As the sun began to set, we said our final goodbyes. By the time everything was finished, it was past 7:30 in the evening. I needed to get back home. I had work the next day and couldn't stay another night. I decided to take my motorcycle instead of waiting for someone to drive me. The road between our villages is usually busy even in the evening. There are several small towns and fishing communities along the way, but that night it was strangely empty. The first part of my journey was uneventful. The moon was bright enough that I could see fairly well, even on stretches without streetlights. About halfway home, the road runs parallel to a beach for a few kilometers. It's usually one of my favorite parts of the drive. You can hear the waves and feel the sea breeze. I was about 13 kilometers into my journey when I first noticed something odd. The air suddenly turned cold. Not just cool like a normal sea breeze, but unnaturally cold, like stepping into a freezer, and that smell returned, stronger than ever. It hit me so suddenly that I almost lost control of my bike. I slowed down a bit, and that's when I spotted what looked like someone lying by the side of the road. My first thought was that it might be a drunk person or maybe someone hurt. I hesitated, wondering if I should stop to check. But as I got closer, something felt wrong. The shape didn't look quite human. It was too small, too dark. Before I could decide what to do, the smell intensified to a point where I was gagging. It wasn't just the smell of death or feces anymore. It was something indescribable, like rotting meat, sewage, and something chemical all mixed together, so strong I could taste it at the back of my throat. Then I saw it, a small black figure in the middle of the road about 50 meters ahead of me. It couldn't have been more than half my height. In the moonlight, I couldn't make out details, just a dark silhouette standing perfectly still. My headlight should have illuminated it, but somehow the light seemed to bend around it, like it was absorbing the brightness. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. I twisted the throttle hard, accelerating to almost 90 kilometers per hour. As I sped past where the figure had been standing, the temperature dropped even further. The air was so cold it burned my lungs when I breathed. I didn't dare look back, but I could sense it was following me. How something that small could keep pace with a speeding motorcycle, I don't know. But I swear I could feel it right behind me. The smell was overwhelming now, filling my helmet despite the rushing wind. My bike started to sputter. The engine, which had never given me problems before, began to cut out. The headlight flickered, dimming for seconds at a time before coming back on. I was still 7 kilometers from home, on the darkest stretch of road with forest on both sides. Please, 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 I begged my bike as I kept the throttle open. Somehow it kept running, though the engine sounded wrong, like it was being strangled. I risked a quick glance in my mirror and immediately wished I hadn't. There was something there, a dark mass moving impossibly fast. It wasn't running. It was almost gliding over the road. I couldn't make out a face, just a vague shape, but I knew it was watching me. The next few kilometers were the longest of my life. The smell got so bad I was dry heaving inside my helmet. My eyes watered so badly I could barely see the road. Several times I nearly crashed, the bike wobbling as my trembling hands struggled to maintain control. When I finally reached the outskirts of my village, the presence seemed to fall back. The smell gradually faded, and my bike's engine returned to its normal sound. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I was shaking so badly I could barely stand when I got off the motorcycle. I rushed inside, locked the door behind me, and immediately stripped off all my clothes and jumped in the shower. I scrubbed myself raw again, trying to get rid of any trace of that smell. It was only when I was drying off that I noticed something that made my blood freeze. There on my forearm, in exactly the same spot where Ankit's waist had touched me, was a brownish stain. The same stain I had washed away multiple times already. It wasn't raised or textured. It looked like it was under my skin, like a birthmark that had never been there before. I scrubbed at it frantically, but it wouldn't come off. As I stared at it, the smell returned briefly. Just a faint whiff, but enough to make me gag again. That was 3 months ago. I wish I could say it was just one terrifying night that I've been able to put behind me, but whatever followed me home that night never really left. The stain on my arm fades and darkens randomly. Sometimes it's barely visible, other times it looks fresh, though it never spreads beyond that original mark. The smell returns without warning. I'll be at work or in a store or just watching TV, and suddenly it's there, so strong I have to fight not to vomit. Nobody else ever seems to notice it. I see shadows moving in my peripheral vision, particularly at night. Sometimes I wake up feeling like someone is standing at the foot of my bed, watching me. I've started sleeping with the lights on, but it doesn't help much. The nightmares are the worst part. Almost every night I dream of that road. In my dreams, I actually see the figure clearly. It's small and black, with limbs that are too long and bend at unnatural angles. Its face is always hidden, but I know it's smiling. I always wake up from these dreams drenched in sweat, with that unmistakable smell filling my bedroom. I've tried everything: religious ceremonies, visiting temples, even seeing a psychiatrist who prescribed me medication for anxiety and hallucinations. Nothing helps for long. Last week, I finally worked up the courage to go back to that stretch of road in daylight. I don't know what I expected to find. Some rational explanation, maybe. There was nothing unusual there, just an ordinary stretch of coastal road. But as I stood at the spot where I first saw the figure, the stain on my arm darkened visibly, and for a brief moment, I felt cold air brush against the back of my neck. I've researched extensively since then. According to some old beliefs in our region, contact with the bodily fluids released at death can create a connection to certain entities that feed on death energy. These entities can attach themselves to the living through this connection. I don't know if that's what happened to me. I don't know what followed me home that night. All I know is that it's still here, still watching, still waiting for something, and I have no idea how to break free from it. The stain on my arm has been darker than usual all day today. The smell has come and gone since morning. Tonight, I swear I can hear something scratching at my bedroom door. Story 10. I still don't know how to explain what happened in that house. It's been 2 months since I moved out, and I'm still looking over my shoulder. I've never told anyone the full story until now because, honestly, I was afraid people would think I was crazy. Maybe I am, but I know what I saw. I just turned 27 when I got an incredible deal on this mini mansion in Westlake. The previous owners were going through a nasty divorce and practically gave the place away just to be done with it. 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a pool with a freaking slide, which honestly sold me on the place, and this fancy door system with passcodes instead of keys. It was way more house than I needed, but at that price? Come on, my first night there was actually pretty cool. I ordered pizza, had a few beers, and just walked around marveling at the fact that this place was mine. I've always been the type to believe in ghosts and stuff, but I'd never actually experienced anything weird myself. That was about to change. I went to bed around midnight after making sure all the lights were off. I'm pretty obsessive about that. My dad drilled it into my head as a kid, always checking 3 times before bed. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to use the bathroom and noticed light coming from downstairs. At first, I figured I must have forgotten a lamp or something, but when I went to check, literally every light in the living room and kitchen was on. Every single one. I stood there in my boxers, totally confused. I knew I'd turned everything off. I even remembered thinking how dark the house was as I went upstairs. I checked the doors and windows, all locked. I told myself I was just tired and forgetful, turned everything off again, and went back to bed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next few days were normal. I was busy unpacking and setting up my home office, so I didn't think much about that first night. Then, about 5 days after moving in, I fell asleep on the couch watching TV. I remember specifically leaving the lights on because I was in a new place and felt more comfortable that way. I woke up around 2 in the morning to complete darkness, except for the glow of the TV. Immediately, I felt that something was wrong. As my eyes adjusted, I saw movement in the kitchen. That's when I saw him for the first time. There was a bald man walking around my kitchen, not just bald, but completely hairless, and his head, God, his head was huge and shaped weirdly, almost like a light bulb. The proportions were all wrong. He had this permanent grin on his face that never moved. Even as he opened drawers and cupboards, I was frozen in terror. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just laid there pretending to be asleep, watching through barely open eyes as this person, or whatever it was, paced around my kitchen for what felt like forever but was probably about 10 minutes. Then, the worst part happened. He stopped what he was doing and slowly turned to look directly at me. That smile never changed. He stared at me for maybe 15 seconds, then walked toward the front door and just left. The second he was out of sight, I jumped up and ran to the door. The automatic lock was engaged. You need a passcode to get in from the outside, and I hadn't given the code to anyone. I checked all the windows and other doors. Everything was locked. I spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, sitting in a corner of my bedroom with a baseball bat. In the morning, I convinced myself it was just a vivid dream, sleep paralysis maybe. I'd heard about that happening when people moved to new places. I even felt a little embarrassed about how scared I'd been. The next day, I went out for a few hours to buy some stuff for the house. When I came back, my front door was wide open, not just unlocked, wide fucking open. I know for an absolute fact that I closed and locked that door. The system automatically locks itself anyway, and it beeps when you leave if the door isn't closed properly. I called the police, who came and found no signs of forced entry. They checked the door system logs, which showed the door had been unlocked with the correct passcode. The officer suggested I might have forgotten to close it properly, or maybe the electronic system was malfunctioning. I didn't argue, but I knew better. That night, I couldn't sleep. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom, slow, deliberate steps that paused right outside my door. I held my breath, gripping the baseball bat I'd kept next to me. The doorknob turned slightly, then stopped. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps retreated. I didn't sleep at all that night. When morning came, I seriously considered moving out, but I told myself I was overreacting. I'd invested so much in this place, it had to be my imagination. The following afternoon, I went to Five Guys for a late lunch. I was gone maybe 40 minutes total. When I pulled into my driveway, my stomach dropped. The front door was open again. This time I didn't call the police. I knew they wouldn't believe me. I grabbed a steak carving fork from my car. I'd been moving kitchen stuff and cautiously entered the house. I went through every room, every closet, even checked under the beds. Nothing. No one. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That night I set up my laptop to record my bedroom while I slept. I also wedged a chair under my doorknob and kept the carving fork within reach. Despite my fear, exhaustion eventually took over and I fell asleep. I woke up the next morning to bright sunlight streaming through my windows. For a second, I felt relief. Then I saw him. He was standing in my doorway. The chair had been moved. The bald man with the light bulb head and that horrible fixed grin was just standing there, staring at me, in broad daylight. I yelled and jumped up, grabbing the fork and lunging toward him. He stepped back into the hallway, and when I reached the doorway, he was gone, completely vanished. I ran through the entire house, but there was no sign of him. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. I immediately checked the laptop recording. The video showed me sleeping peacefully until I suddenly jolted awake and started yelling at nothing. The doorway was empty in the recording. The chair was still under the doorknob, but I saw him. I know I did. Seeing this thing in broad daylight made me question my sanity. Was I hallucinating? Was the stress of moving and being alone in a new house getting to me? But the open doors couldn't be explained away so easily. I called a friend to come stay with me, making up an excuse about my heating being broken. That night, with my buddy crashed on the couch, nothing happened. No footsteps, no open doors, no bald man. I started to think maybe it really was all in my head. My friend left after 2 days, and that same night, the activity started again. I woke up to find all the kitchen cabinets open, every single one. The next night, my TV turned on by itself at exactly 3 in the morning, blasting at full volume. The night after that, I found wet footprints leading from the bathroom to my bedroom door, but they weren't my size. I set up cameras throughout the house, but they never captured anything unusual. The footsteps, the open doors, the cabinets, none of it showed up on video. But the bald man appeared to me 3 more times, always with that same fixed grin, always vanishing when I tried to approach him. The final straw came when I woke up one morning to find my sheets soaking wet. At first, I thought I'd sweated through them, but the liquid wasn't sweat, it was pool water. I could smell the chlorine. My pool, which I hadn't even used yet, had apparently been used by someone or something during the night. I checked the pool cameras. Nothing. Not a splash, not a ripple. But my sheets were wet with pool water, and there were damp footprints, those 2 small footprints, leading from my back door to my bedroom. I moved out that day. I didn't even pack properly, just threw essential stuff in my car and left. I'm staying with my parents while trying to sell the place. I've had 3 potential buyers back out after spending time in the house, though none of them would say exactly why. I still don't know if what I experienced was a ghost, a hallucination, or something else entirely. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was all stress and an overactive imagination. But then I remember that fixed grin, that light bulb head, and those footsteps outside my door. The house is still for sale. Sometimes I drive by it at night and see lights turning on and off when I know the place is empty. Whatever's in there, it isn't leaving. And sometimes, when I look at the upstairs windows, I swear I can see him watching me. That same unmoving grin on his face. Story 11. I still can't sleep through the night without checking my door is locked at least 3 times. It's been 4 months since that cruise, and I keep telling myself to just forget about it, but I can't. I need to write this down. Maybe then I'll stop seeing their faces every time I close my eyes. I'd been working myself to death on my research about maritime disasters for almost 2 years straight. My friend Melissa kept saying I needed a break before I had a breakdown. When I saw the ads for the maiden voyage of the MV Elysium, this massive luxury cruise ship that was supposed to be the biggest thing to hit the water since the Titanic, yeah, not the best comparison in hindsight, I thought, why not? 5 days from New York to the Bahamas, all inclusive, and honestly the price wasn't as ridiculous as I expected. I figured I deserved it. The day we boarded was absolutely gorgeous. Clear skies, perfect temperature. The ship was insane. I mean, I've been on cruises before, but this thing was enormous. 15 decks, 4 swimming pools, a casino, theaters, restaurants. It was like a floating city. My cabin was on deck 8, which was nice because it wasn't too high up, but still had an ocean view. I remember thinking it was weirdly cold when I first walked in, but I figured the AC was just cranked up. The first day was normal. I unpacked, wandered around getting lost, those ships are like mazes, and had dinner at one of the fancy restaurants. I even met this nice older couple, the Harrises, who were celebrating their 40th anniversary. They invited me to join them for drinks later in the week. It was the second night when things started getting weird. I was in the Starlight Lounge around 11 at night, just sipping a glass of wine and people watching. The lights flickered. Not just a quick flicker, but like 3 or 4 seconds of complete darkness. When they came back on, everyone kind of laughed nervously. But then this announcement came over the PA system. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the temporary power fluctuation. Everything is operating normally. The way they said it was weird though, too formal, too rehearsed. That night I had trouble falling asleep. My cabin felt off, colder than it should be, even with the AC. I finally dozed off around 2 in the morning, but woke up maybe an hour later because I swear I heard my cabin door open, like that distinctive click when the electronic lock disengages. I sat up in bed and saw the door was cracked open about an inch. I figured maybe I hadn't closed it properly, so I got up, shut it, and double-checked the lock. I was almost back to sleep when it happened again. The lock clicked and the door slowly swung open. This time I was fully awake, and I know I had locked it. I jumped out of bed and looked into the hallway, completely empty. I slammed the door shut, put the security latch on, and pushed a chair against it for good measure. Then I heard footsteps outside my door. They walked right up, stopped, and then nothing. Just silence. I stood there for probably 5 minutes, not moving, barely breathing, before finally crawling back into bed. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning at breakfast, everyone was talking about a missing passenger. Some guy in his 20s hadn't returned to his cabin, and his girlfriend was freaking out. The crew kept saying he probably just passed out drunk in someone else's room, but they were searching the ship anyway. I couldn't stop thinking about my door opening by itself. I ran into the Harrises at lunch. Mrs. Harris, Evelyn, seemed really upset. She told me she'd been hearing strange noises from the cabin next to theirs all night. Like someone dragging something heavy across the floor over and over, she said. Her husband tried to calm her down, saying it was probably just the ship settling. Around 3 that afternoon, there was another announcement. A second passenger was missing. This time it was an older woman traveling alone. The crew was still acting like it wasn't a big deal, but you could tell people were getting nervous. Groups were forming, everyone whispering theories. I overheard one crew member telling another to keep it contained when they thought no one was listening. I decided to do some exploring on my own, partly out of curiosity, partly because I didn't want to sit in my cabin alone. I went down to deck 3, where there were fewer passengers and more crew areas. That's when I found this corridor that had a crew-only sign, but the door was propped open with a mop bucket. I know I shouldn't have, but I slipped in. The corridor was narrower than the passenger areas and had that industrial feel. Exposed pipes, metal floors instead of carpet. It was eerily quiet compared to the rest of the ship. I walked for maybe 2 minutes before coming to this massive unmarked door, like a bulkhead door. but bigger and older looking than anything else I'd seen on the ship. It looked out of place, almost like it had been salvaged from another vessel and installed here. I'm still not sure what possessed me to open it. I just felt drawn to it somehow. It was heavy, but not locked. The hinges creaked as I pulled it open. What I saw made no sense. It was an enormous room, almost like a warehouse, but filled with what looked like old-fashioned ship cabins. Not modern cruise ship rooms, but like something from the early 1900s, rows and rows of them, all with little brass number plates that were completely blank. No names, no numbers, just empty plates. The lighting was dim, yellowed, and flickering slightly. The air smelled musty, like old paper and seawater. I took a few steps in, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. That's when the door slammed shut behind me. I ran back and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I shouted for help, but the room seemed to swallow my voice. The only sound was a faint dripping of water somewhere in the distance. I started walking between the rows of cabins, hoping to find another exit. Most of the cabin doors were closed, but a few stood open, revealing sparse furnishings, a narrow bed, a small desk, a porthole that showed nothing but darkness outside, even though it was the middle of the afternoon. The further I went, the colder it got. My breath was coming out in visible puffs, and my hands were starting to go numb. Then I saw something move at the end of the row, a figure, just standing there. I couldn't make out details in the dim light, but it looked like a man in an old-fashioned sailor's uniform. "Hello?" I called out. "Can you help me? I'm lost." The figure slowly turned toward me. As it did, I realized I could see the wall through it. It wasn't solid. It was, I don't know how else to say it. It was a ghost, a translucent man with hollow eyes and pale, waxy skin. He raised his hand, pointing at me, and I heard his voice, even though his lips didn't move. "Help me find them," he said. His voice sounded like it was coming through water, gurgling and distant. "They're still missing." I ran. I don't even remember consciously deciding to run. My body just took over. I sprinted down the rows, turning randomly, just trying to get away. I ended up in a dead end, facing a blank wall with a single porthole. In desperation, I tried to open it, and to my surprise, it did. The opening was small, but I managed to squeeze through it, scraping my arms and legs in the process. I tumbled out onto a maintenance deck I didn't recognize. It took me 20 minutes of wandering through service corridors before I found my way back to the passenger areas. By then, I was shaking uncontrollably, and not just from the cold. I went straight to security. The officer at the desk looked bored until I mentioned the room with the old cabins. His expression changed immediately, and he called his supervisor. They took me to a small office where they asked me to describe exactly what I'd seen and where. They seemed to know exactly what I was talking about, which was almost scarier than what I'd experienced. While I was there, I asked to see the security camera footage of the missing passengers. After some hesitation, the security supervisor agreed. The footage showed both missing people, the young man and the older woman, walking down the exact same corridor I'd found. They both entered the unmarked door, but there was no footage of either of them coming back out. At that point, I knew I had to do something. I gathered up the Harrises and another couple I'd met, the Patels, who seemed level-headed. I told them everything. Mr. Harris wanted to go to the captain immediately, but Mrs. Harris suggested we investigate ourselves first, so we'd have proof. The five of us went back to the restricted corridor. The door was no longer propped open, but Mr. Patel knew how to pick locks. He never explained why, and I didn't ask. When we got to the big unmarked door, it was standing wide open like it was waiting for us. The room beyond had changed. Instead of rows of cabins, it was now just an enormous empty space filled with swirling mist. The temperature had dropped so much that frost was forming on the doorframe. As we stood there, frozen in shock, figures began to materialize in the mist. Dozens of them, maybe more. Men, women, even children, all in clothing from different eras. Some looked like they were from the early 1900s, others more recent. All of them had the same hollow eyes and translucent appearance as the sailor I'd seen. "We need to leave." "Now," Mr. Patel said, backing away. But before we could move, the missing passengers appeared among the spirits. They looked confused, like they'd just woken up. They tried to walk toward us, but the other spirits held them back. Mrs. Harris started screaming, and that seemed to break whatever spell had kept us frozen. We all ran, but I looked back just before we made it out. The two missing passengers were staring at me, their eyes pleading for help as the mist swallowed them up again. We went straight to the captain's quarters. He refused to see us at first, but when we threatened to tell every passenger on board what we'd seen, he relented. What he told us still haunts me. The Elysium wasn't just a ship. It was built on purpose with certain design flaws that somehow created a spiritual anchor point. The shipping company had built it specifically to trap souls lost in the Bermuda Triangle, which we were currently crossing. The captain claimed they didn't know why it worked, just that it did. The company was using these trapped souls for something, but he claimed not to know what. The ship turned around that night. They announced some mechanical issue and promised full refunds to everyone. We docked back in New York 3 days later. As far as I know, the Elysium never sailed again. Last I heard, it's sitting in some harbor somewhere, empty. I still see their faces sometimes, not just the two missing passengers, but all of those spirits. And sometimes, when I'm almost asleep, I hear my door click open, even though I've checked the lock 3 times. Story 12. I don't even know where to begin with this. Part of me still can't believe what happened, and the other part can't stop replaying it in my head. I guess I should start by saying I'm an architect. Was an architect. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that now. I specialized in historic renovations, and I'd built up a decent portfolio over the past 7 years. Nothing groundbreaking, but enough to get me noticed for bigger projects. When I found the listing for the Maxwell House in Ashton Hollow, I thought it was a mistake. A Victorian mansion with original woodwork, stained glass, and 5 acres of land for less than what you'd pay for a 1-bedroom condo in the city. I called the realtor immediately. She sounded relieved that someone was interested, but was weirdly vague about the property's history. It's been vacant for some time, she told me. The previous owner left rather abruptly. I should have asked more questions. I should have done more research. But I was so excited about the potential, both as an investment and as a career-defining restoration project, that I barely noticed how quiet the realtor got when I asked about the town's opinion of the house. People around here are superstitious, she said finally. Small town, old house. You know how it is. I didn't actually. I grew up in apartments and condos my whole life. The idea of a house with history was exactly what I wanted. I drove out to Ashton Hollow on a Tuesday in mid-October. The GPS lost signal about 20 minutes outside town, so I had to rely on the realtor's directions. I remember thinking it was strange how the houses became fewer and farther between the closer I got to the Maxwell property. The trees grew thicker, the road narrower. When I finally turned onto the long gravel driveway, the house appeared through the trees like something out of a dream. It was even more beautiful than the photos. 3 stories of weathered gray stone, tall windows, and those incredible spires reaching toward the cloudy sky. The front porch sagged a bit, and ivy had claimed most of the east wall, but I could see past the decay to what it could be, what I could make it. The realtor met me there, handed over the keys with paperwork that I signed without really reading, and then left in a hurry, mentioning something about picking up her kids. I was alone with my new house before I'd even had a chance to ask about utilities or the nearest hardware store. I spent that afternoon exploring, taking measurements, and making notes. The foyer was magnificent, with a sweeping staircase and a huge crystal chandelier hanging from a ceiling medallion that must have been hand-carved. Most of the furniture was still there, covered in sheets that had turned gray with dust. The floors creaked, but the structure seemed solid. No major water damage, no signs of foundation issues, just decades of neglect. It wasn't until the sun started to set that I noticed how quiet it was. No traffic noise, no neighbors, not even many birds. Just the occasional creak and groan of the house settling around me. I'd brought a sleeping bag, some snacks, and a lantern, figuring I'd camp out in what had once been the living room for a night or two while I made plans. That first night, I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the drive and the excitement of exploring my new project. I woke up around 3 in the morning, disoriented and cold. At first, I thought it was the temperature that had woken me. October nights get chilly, and the house had no functioning heat. But then I heard it, whispering, not the wind or the house settling, actual whispering, like multiple people having hushed conversations just out of earshot. I sat up, heart pounding, and switched on my flashlight. The living room was empty, the sheets still draped over the furniture, nothing disturbed. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid even as I did it. "Is someone there?" The whispering stopped immediately. I told myself it was just my imagination, maybe dream remnants fading as I woke up. But as I was about to lie back down, it started again, louder this time, and seeming to come from inside the walls. I got up, pulling my jacket over my pajamas, and followed the sound. It led me up the grand staircase and down a long hallway lined with closed doors. The whispers got louder as I approached the last door on the right. I stood there for a moment, my hand on the doorknob, listening to what sounded like dozens of overlapping voices. When I opened the door, the voices exploded into a deafening chorus that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, even the air itself. I couldn't make out individual words, just the urgent, angry sound of too many voices speaking at once. I slammed the door shut and ran back down the stairs, tripping on the last few steps and landing hard on my knees in the foyer. The voices stopped the moment the door closed. I spent the rest of the night in my car, telling myself I'd just heard the wind through cracks in the windows or old pipes expanding and contracting. Old houses make noise. Everyone knows that. The next morning, feeling foolish in the bright autumn sunlight, I went back inside with my tool bag and laptop. I had work to do, measurements to take, restoration plans to draft. The house was silent as I moved from room to room, taking photos and making notes. Around noon, I went to check out the room from last night, the one with the voices. It was empty except for a small desk against one wall and a boarded-up fireplace. Nothing unusual. Nothing that could explain what I'd heard. I was just turning to leave when I heard it again, very faint at first. "Evelyn." I froze. No one had called me by name yet. I hadn't even met anyone in town. "Evelyn, we're here." The whisper was right behind me, breath cold against my ear. I spun around, but there was no one there. Just the empty room with its peeling wallpaper and dust motes floating in the sunlight. I ran, straight down the stairs and out the front door, not stopping until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped my keys twice before managing to get them in the ignition. I drove into town, found the first coffee shop I saw, and sat there for hours, trying to convince myself I was just overtired, that my imagination was playing tricks on me. By the time the sun started to set, I'd almost talked myself into going back. I had nowhere else to stay. The nearest hotel was 45 minutes away, and I'd already spent most of my savings on buying the house. Besides, I told myself, if there really was something wrong with the place, I needed to know before I sank more money into it. I stopped at a hardware store and bought every light bulb they had, along with some basic tools and a crowbar, just in case. The clerk raised his eyebrows when I mentioned where I was staying. "Maxwell Place, huh? Brave of you." "Why's that?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He shrugged. "Just old, probably full of raccoons and rot by now." But I caught the look he exchanged with another customer. Concern, maybe even pity. When I got back to the house, I spent an hour replacing every bulb I could find and turning on every light. The electricity worked at least, though some of the fixtures sparked when I flipped the switches. By 9 o'clock, the house was lit up like a Christmas tree, and I felt slightly safer. That feeling didn't last long. The whispers started again around midnight, louder than before and coming from every direction. They weren't just unintelligible noises now. They were words, phrases, sentences, all overlapping and fighting for attention. "She can hear us now." Not like the others. She'll never leave. We've been waiting. Flesh and blood. The walls hold us. I put pillows over my ears, but it didn't help. The voices weren't just in the room. They were in my head, getting louder and more insistent with each passing hour. They spoke of terrible things, deaths in the house, bodies buried in the walls, sacrifices made in the name of power and wealth. I didn't sleep at all that night, or the next. I tried to work during the days, focusing on measuring rooms and drawing up renovation plans. But the whispers never fully stopped, just retreated to a constant, maddening murmur at the edge of my consciousness. By the 5th day, I was a wreck. I'd barely eaten, barely slept. The voices were getting angrier, more demanding. They wanted something from me, but I couldn't understand what. I'd tried to leave twice, but each time I got to my car, something made me turn back. It was like the house had hooks in my mind, pulling me back whenever I tried to escape. On the 6th day, I snapped. I'd been in the basement trying to locate the water main when the voices rose to a screaming pitch, so loud I couldn't even hear myself think. I ran upstairs and grabbed a sledgehammer I'd bought for demolition work, and I just lost it. I started with the room at the end of the hall, the first place I'd heard the voices. I swung the hammer at the wall where the desk stood, and it went through surprisingly easily, sending plaster and lath flying. The voices didn't stop. They got louder, more excited. I kept swinging, tearing apart the wall piece by piece, driven by a frantic need to find the source of the whispering. Behind the plaster was another wall, this one made of rough stones mortared together. The whispers were coming from behind it, clearer than ever. "We are here. We have been waiting for you. Let us out." I attacked the stone wall with the sledgehammer, my arms burning with exhaustion, my hands bloody from where the hammer's handle had rubbed my skin raw. It took 20, maybe 30 strikes before a stone finally gave way, tumbling backward into darkness. The smell hit me first. Not the rot I expected, but something older, dustier, like ancient paper and dried herbs. I made the hole bigger, knocking out more stones until I could shine my flashlight through. What I saw, God, I still see it when I close my eyes. It was a hidden room, maybe 8 feet square, and it was filled with bones. Human bones, stacked against the walls in neat piles, femurs with femurs, skulls with skulls. There must have been dozens of people in there, their remains organized like a macabre library. The whispers exploded into a deafening roar of triumph as the light from my flashlight touched the bones. I stumbled backward, tripping over the sledgehammer and falling hard on my back. My head cracked against the floor, and for a moment everything went dark. When I came to, they were standing over me. Not people, not exactly. They were like shadows given depth, black silhouettes with no features except for eyes that glowed like dying embers. They surrounded me in a tight circle, their forms shifting and wavering like smoke. One of them reached down and touched my face. Its fingers were cold and damp, like wet clay, and where they touched me, I felt my skin go numb. The whispers filled my head, no longer coming from outside, but from within my own mind. "You've found us. Now we've found you. The walls have held us for so long. Now we will hold you." I tried to scream, tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. The shadow figures pressed closer, their cold hands touching my arms, my legs, my chest. Where they touched, I felt myself growing colder, number, as if parts of me were being erased bit by bit. The walls around us seemed to bend inward, the room shrinking as the bones from the hidden chamber began to slide through the opening I'd made. They moved on their own, skittering across the floor like insects, arranging themselves around me in a perfect circle. The last thing I remember clearly is looking up at the ceiling as it seemed to lower toward me, the shadow figures merging with it, becoming part of it. The bones pressed against my sides, cold and hard, as the whispers reached a crescendo in my head. "Welcome home, Evelyn. You belong to the house now, as we all do." I don't know how I got out. I don't remember leaving the house or driving away. I came to in a motel room 60 miles from Ashton Hollow with no memory of how I'd gotten there. My clothes were covered in plaster dust and my hands were bandaged. I don't remember doing that either. It's been 3 weeks. I haven't gone back, haven't even been able to call about selling the property. Sometimes at night, I still hear the whispers, faint but persistent. They're calling me back. They're waiting for me. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I swear I can see something standing behind me. A shadow with glowing eyes, watching and waiting for me to return to the Maxwell house, where I know with bone-deep certainty that the walls are hungry and the voices are still speaking my name. Story 13. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now. Never believed in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap, not until 3 weeks ago. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night on Highway 37. I haven't told the company yet. They'd probably make me take a drug test or send me to a shrink. But I need to tell someone, even if it's just strangers on the internet. They call me Iron Horse Reynolds, Jack to my friends. I've pulled my rig through every state in the continental US, through blizzards, sandstorms, you name it. Nothing ever rattled me. I was proud of that. Now I jump at shadows and keep all the lights on in my apartment. It was a Thursday night, around 10 o'clock. I was hauling a load of electronics from Sacramento down to San Diego. My dispatcher had me take Highway 37 through the hills to avoid some major accident on I-5. It was a clear night, almost full moon. Perfect driving conditions, really. About an hour into the drive, I switched on the CB radio to keep myself company. Channel 19. The one most truckers use. Usually there's chatter about speed traps or road conditions, but that night everyone was talking about some hitchhiker ghost. Iron Horse here. What's all this talk about a ghost? I asked, chuckling to myself. Some driver who called himself Kodiak came on. No joke, Horse. There's something out on this stretch. Phantom hitchhiker. Shows up in your headlights, then disappears. Been happening for years. Another voice chimed in. My cousin saw her last month, said she was wearing this white dress, all torn up, almost ran off the road trying to avoid her. I rolled my eyes. Truckers and their stories. Long hours on the road make guys invent all kinds of crap to keep themselves awake. Right, I said. And I suppose Bigfoot's riding shotgun with her? They didn't appreciate my skepticism. The radio went quiet after that, so I put on some Linerd Skynerd and focused on the road ahead. The highway was winding through these hills, lots of sharp turns and steep drops on one side. Not much traffic that night. Around midnight, I noticed headlights in my rear view coming up fast, a black pickup truck swerving all over the road. I figured it was some drunk, so I moved over to let him pass. Instead of going around, though, he pulled up alongside me, honking like crazy. I lowered my window a crack, annoyed. The guy looked wild-eyed, like he hadn't slept in days. He was yelling something I couldn't quite hear over my engine. "What?" I shouted. "Get off this road!" he screamed. His face was pale, sweaty. "She's out tonight. She's looking for someone to take." Before I could respond, he floored it, tires screeching as he shot ahead of me and disappeared around a bend. I shook my head. Great, another lunatic buying into the ghost stories. About 15 minutes later, I was approaching this particularly nasty curve when my headlights caught something by the roadside. A woman standing perfectly still, thumb out. She was wearing a white sundress and her long dark hair was blowing in the wind. I almost didn't stop. It was the middle of the night, and picking up hitchhikers is against company policy. But something about her made me pull over. Maybe it was how vulnerable she looked out there all alone. I brought the rig to a stop about 20 feet ahead of her and watched in my side mirror as she walked up. She moved strangely, kind of jerky, like she was hurt. When she reached the passenger door, I leaned over and opened it. "Where are you headed?" I asked. She climbed in, movements stiff. Up close, I could see she was young, maybe mid-20s, pretty but with this haunted look in her eyes. "Anywhere away from here," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you for stopping." Something felt off, but I chalked it up to picking up a stranger in the middle of nowhere. "I'm heading to San Diego," I told her. "I can drop you at the next town if you want." She nodded, clutching her purse tight against her chest. "That would be good. I just need to get away from the other one." I pulled back onto the highway. "Other one?" Her eyes darted to the side view mirror. The other hitchhiker, the one that's not human. A chill ran down my spine, but I forced a laugh. Been listening to ghost stories, huh? Bunch of truckers were just talking about some phantom hitchhiker on this road. She didn't laugh. It's not a ghost, she whispered. It's something else. Something that wants to take people. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. Look, miss, what's your name? Laura. Look, Laura, I don't mean to be rude, but are you on something? Having some kind of episode? Because I can take you to a hospital instead. She shook her head frantically. No hospitals. They wouldn't believe me either. Just keep driving, please. We drove in silence for a few minutes. I kept glancing over at her, watching how she stared at the mirrors, her body tense like she was ready to bolt at any second. The first sign something was really wrong came when my radio started acting up. Static cutting in and out, voices distorted. Then my dashboard lights flickered. I tapped the panel, thinking it was just a loose connection. It's found us, Laura whispered. What are you talking about? It's just an electrical... That's when I saw it in my side mirror. A figure standing in the middle of the road behind us, growing smaller as we drove away. A woman in a white dress, but not like Laura's. This one was tattered, almost translucent in the moonlight. And even from that distance I could tell there was something wrong with her face. Jesus Christ, I muttered, pressing the gas pedal harder. My heart was hammering in my chest. Don't look at it, Laura said. It can feel you looking. The truck's engine sputtered. The lights on my dashboard went crazy, flashing on and off. My headlights dimmed, then brightened, then dimmed again. What the hell is happening? I was struggling to keep the rig on the road now, fighting the steering wheel as the power assist cut in and out. It's trying to stop us, Laura said, her voice strangely calm now. It always does this. I risked another glance in the mirror and my blood ran cold. The figure was closer now, impossibly closer, like it had covered half a mile in seconds, and it was wrong. Like looking at a photograph that's been damaged by water. Blurry around the edges, features distorted. The truck's engine died completely. We were going downhill, so momentum kept us rolling, but I knew we'd stop eventually. I pumped the brakes, trying to control our descent, steering toward a wide shoulder ahead. We need to run, Laura said, grabbing her door handle. As soon as we stop, we need to run into the trees. The truck rolled to a stop on the gravel shoulder. I tried the ignition. Nothing, not even a click. The cab was getting colder by the second. I could see my breath fogging in front of me. Laura was staring at the side mirror, her face drained of all color. It's coming. It's right behind us. I turned to look out the back window. The figure was at the rear of my trailer, one hand touching the metal. Where it touched, frost spread outward in crystalline patterns. It was a woman, or had been once. Her skin was bluish-white, her dress torn and soaked. But her eyes were just empty sockets, black and bottomless. "Run!" Laura screamed, shoving her door open. I fumbled with my seatbelt, hands shaking so bad I could barely work the clasp. By the time I got my door open, Laura was already sprinting toward the tree line about 50 yards away. I jumped down from the cab and my legs nearly gave out. The air was freezing now, unnaturally cold for California, even at night. I started running after Laura, but something made me look back. The thing was at my driver's side door now, one pale hand reaching through the open window into the cab. Its head turned toward me with a jerky, insect-like movement. It opened its mouth, and a voice that sounded like wind through dead leaves whispered, "Join me." Its breath billowed out, icy vapor that seemed to reach for me like fingers. I could feel the cold burning my skin where it touched. I ran, harder than I've ever run in my life. My lungs were on fire, legs pumping as I charged toward the trees where Laura had disappeared. Behind me, I heard a sound like ice cracking, followed by footsteps. Not normal footsteps. These were uneven, scraping, like something dragging a damaged limb. The trees were just ahead, 10 yards, 5. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping my face. I couldn't see Laura anywhere. "Laura!" I called, then immediately regretted making noise. "You can't escape," came that whisper again. Closer now. No one escapes. I stumbled through the forest, tripping over roots, clawing my way forward whenever I fell. I had no idea where I was going. All I knew was I had to get away from that thing. After what felt like hours, I found myself in a small clearing. My legs finally gave out, and I collapsed against a fallen tree, gasping for breath. The forest was silent, no birds, no insects, not even wind in the leaves, just the sound of my own ragged breathing. That's when I realized I couldn't hear Laura anymore. Had she gotten away? Had the thing caught her? Or had she ever been real at all? I stayed in that clearing until dawn, too terrified to move. As the first light filtered through the trees, I finally worked up the courage to head back to the road. It took me almost 2 hours of wandering to find my way. My truck was still there, parked on the shoulder exactly where I'd left it, but something was different. The windshield was covered in a delicate pattern of frost from the inside, and when I finally got up the nerve to look in the cab, I found Laura's purse on the passenger seat. I called for a tow, told them I'd had engine trouble. While waiting, I looked inside the purse. There was a wallet with $43, a tube of lipstick, and a driver's license for Laura Simmons. The issue date was 1987. The tow truck driver didn't seem surprised when I told him my truck had died on this stretch. "Happens all the time," he said. "Something about the power lines out here." I didn't tell him about Laura or the thing that chased us. He wouldn't have believed me anyway. I've been staying in a motel since that night. Can't bring myself to get back in my rig. The company's been calling, asking when I'm coming back to work. I don't know what to tell them. Sometimes at night I think I hear that whisper again. Join me. And when I check the bathroom mirror in the morning, there's always a small pattern of frost in one corner, no matter how high I turn up the heat. I looked up Laura Simmons online yesterday, found an old news article from 1987. Local woman missing. Vehicle found abandoned on Highway 37. There was a picture. It was her, the girl in my truck. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if I'll ever drive Highway 37 again. But I know one thing for certain. There's something out there on that road. Something that's patient, something that waits, and I think somehow it knows my name now. Story 14. I never told anyone outside my family about this. Even now I feel silly writing it down, but I can't shake this feeling that what happened was real, and it still gives me chills when I think about it. When I was 13, my family moved out of the yellow farmhouse we'd been living in. That place had its own issues, terrible ones involving the cellar that I won't get into here. But we thought moving to the Victorian-style home in Nyssa would be our fresh start. The new house was beautiful, with those classic high ceilings and ornate trimwork that made it feel grand compared to our old place. We were all excited, especially after what we'd experienced before. My mom kept saying, "This is going to be different. This house feels happy." I wanted to believe her. At first, I did. We brought all our pets with us. Beggar, our old mutt who'd been with us for years. Cleopatra, our calico cat who was pregnant at the time, and our 2 newer dogs, Nana and Zipper. They seemed to love all the new space to explore. The first week felt perfect. The house had these amazing windows that let in so much natural light, something our old farmhouse lacked. But there was this one corner window in the main living room that was bigger than the others. It faced northwest and caught the afternoon sun in a way that made the dust particles dance. Pretty, but something about it always felt off to me, even from day one. About 2 weeks after we moved in, Cleopatra had her kittens, 4 healthy babies, Sock, white paws, Boots, black feet, Demon, because he was always causing trouble, and Tigger, orange stripes. Mom let me name them all. We set up a box for them near the kitchen where it was warm. I first noticed something weird about 3 days after the kittens were born. Cleopatra was normally super protective, barely leaving her babies. But that evening, she suddenly jumped up from her box, ran to the staircase, sprinted up, then back down, and skidded to a stop exactly 10 feet from that corner window. She just stared at it, her back arched slightly, tail twitching. I called to her, "Cleo, what are you looking at?" She ignored me completely, which wasn't like her. Then, after maybe 30 seconds, she ran back up the stairs, down again, and stopped at exactly the same spot. Same distance from the corner, same intense stare. I went over to the window and looked outside. Nothing there. No birds, no neighborhood cats. Just our empty yard and the street beyond. When I turned back, Cleopatra was watching me with this weird look, like she was worried for me. I told my mom about it that night, but she brushed it off. Cats are weird, honey. Probably just heard a mouse in the walls. But it wasn't a one-time thing. Every day, multiple times a day, Cleopatra would do this strange routine. Up the stairs, down the stairs, stop exactly 10 feet from the corner window, stare, repeat. It was so precise, so deliberate. My little brother started measuring it once with a tape measure. 10 feet every single time. Then about a month after moving in, I came downstairs for breakfast before school and found my mom standing in the kitchen looking upset. Cleopatra had passed away during the night. No warning, no signs of illness. She was only 4 years old. We were all heartbroken, especially with 4 tiny kittens to care for now. Mom and I took turns bottle feeding them. But the weirdest thing happened as they grew up. By the time they were about 3 months old, they started doing exactly what their mother had done, especially Tigger. I'd be doing homework and suddenly hear the pitter-patter of kitten feet racing up the stairs, then down, then skid, stopping at that same exact spot, staring at the empty corner. One night, I was alone in the living room watching TV when Tigger did his usual routine. But this time, when he reached the spot, he started hissing. His back arched high, fur standing on end, making this awful sound I'd never heard him make before. I muted the TV and watched him. There was nothing there. Nothing I could see, anyway. "What is it, Tigger?" I whispered, not really wanting an answer. He continued hissing at the empty corner for almost a minute, then bolted from the room. I felt this cold feeling wash over me, and I left too. It wasn't just the cats. We had this massive 6-foot iguana named Iggy who lived in a custom enclosure my dad built along the south wall. Every morning we'd let him out to roam and sunbathe in the windows. He loved the sun, but he would never, and I mean never, go near that corner window. He'd bask in its light, but only when the sunbeam reached the middle of the room, well away from the corner itself. If you tried to place him near the window, he'd whip his tail and scramble away immediately. My dad, who wasn't one to believe in anything supernatural, even noticed it. "That's strange," he'd say. "Must be a draft there he doesn't like." But there was no draft. We checked. Then there were the dogs. Beggar mostly stayed outside. He was getting old and preferred the yard to the house. But whenever he came in, he'd growl at that corner. Not a playful growl, but that deep, serious warning growl dogs make when they sense danger. Nana and Zipper were worse. They'd bark frantically at the empty corner sometimes, their eyes following something I couldn't see. Zipper once refused to enter the living room for 3 days straight. He'd stand at the doorway, growling, the hair on his back standing up. Without ever discussing it, our family naturally arranged the furniture to leave that corner empty. When Christmas came, Mom put the tree in the opposite corner, even though that spot was more cramped. When I asked why not use the empty corner, she just shrugged and said, "It doesn't feel right over there." There was also this small cellar-type space off the kitchen. Not a full basement like our old house, just a little storage area with stone walls. The previous owners had used it as a wine cellar. None of the animals would go near the door to that space either. If it was left open, they'd all avoid that entire side of the kitchen. One afternoon when my parents were out running errands, I was watching my little brother. We were playing a board game on the living room floor when all 4 kittens suddenly stopped what they were doing. In perfect unison, they turned their heads toward the corner window. Tigger started doing the stare-running routine while the other 3 just stared. My brother, only 7 at the time, looked at me with wide eyes. "Charlotte, what are they looking at?" I tried to sound casual. "Nothing, they're just being weird cats." "No," he said in that certain way kids have. "They see something. Look." He was right. They were tracking something with their eyes, something moving slowly from the corner along the wall. All 4 sets of kitten eyes moving in perfect synchronization. Then Beggar, who had been sleeping by the front door, suddenly raised his head and started that low, warning growl. My skin broke out in goosebumps. I grabbed my brother's hand. "Let's go get ice cream," I said, my voice higher than normal. We left immediately, not even bothering to put the game away. I never told my parents about that day. What would I say? The cats were watching an invisible thing move across the wall. They'd think I was being dramatic. But after that, I started paying more attention. I realized there were patterns to when the animals acted strangest. Late afternoons, when the sun hit that corner window at a certain angle, during storms, especially with thunder, the 3rd day of every month, for some reason I could never figure out. Whenever someone played music in the house, I started keeping a journal, noting when the animals acted up and what was happening at the time. I was looking for some logical explanation. Maybe there were mice in the walls, or the house was settling in a way that bothered their sensitive hearing, but nothing explained why they all reacted the same way to the same spots. Different species, different ages, all avoiding that corner and the cellar space. One night I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. As I walked past my brother's room, I heard him talking. Thinking he was having a nightmare, I peeked in. He was sitting up in bed, Sock curled beside him, both staring at his bedroom door. "Who are you talking to?" I whispered. He jumped, clearly startled to see me. "The lady," he said simply. My heart started pounding. "What lady?" "The one who stands in the corner. She doesn't like it when we put things there. That's why the animals run away." I felt like I couldn't breathe. "There's no lady, buddy. You're dreaming." He shook his head firmly. "She's real. She follows the cats sometimes. She's nice to them, but not to people." I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning I asked him about the lady again, but he had no memory of our conversation. This freaked me out even more somehow. I started avoiding the living room when I was home alone. I'd make excuses to stay in my bedroom or hang out at friends' houses, but sometimes I'd have to walk through that room, and I swear I could feel something watching me from that corner. Not necessarily threatening, but present, aware. About 7 months after we moved in, I came home from school to find my mom had rearranged the living room. She'd put a large potted plant in the corner by the window, the corner all the animals avoided. "Mom," I said carefully, "why did you put that there?" She looked confused by my question. "It needs light. That corner gets good light." But I hesitated. How could I explain without sounding crazy? "The cats don't like that corner," she laughed. "The cats don't pay the mortgage. It looks nice there." That night, we were awakened by a crash. We all ran downstairs to find the plant tipped over, soil spilled across the hardwood floor. The pot, a heavy ceramic one, had somehow moved 3 feet from the corner before falling. Dad blamed the cats, but I had closed my bedroom door with all 4 kittens inside that night. They couldn't have done it. Mom cleaned up the mess and put the plant in a different spot. She never mentioned it, but she never tried putting anything in that corner again. The weirdest part is that despite all this, we never actually saw anything supernatural. No ghostly apparition, no strange lights, no unexplained sounds, just the behavior of our pets, consistent, persistent, and impossible to rationalize away. We lived in that house for 3 years before moving again for Dad's job. Part of me was relieved to leave, but another part was unsettled by never knowing what the animals had been seeing. What was in that corner that made them so afraid? What presence had been sharing our home that only they could perceive? I've tried researching the house's history since then, but found nothing unusual. No tragic deaths, no criminal events, just an ordinary Victorian home that, for some reason, harbored something our animals could sense, but we couldn't. Sometimes I still dream about that corner window and wake up with my heart racing. Even now, years later, I find myself avoiding the corners of rooms without thinking about it. And whenever I see a cat staring intently at an empty space, I can't help but wonder, what do they see that we don't? Story 15. I've never told this story to anyone outside my therapist. Even writing this makes my hands shake, but I need to get it out there. Maybe someone else has seen what I saw. Maybe I'm not crazy. I've been a long-haul trucker for almost 15 years now. Started right after my divorce when I needed to get away from everything. There's something peaceful about the open road most of the time. Just you, your thoughts, and miles of asphalt stretching into the horizon. Well, usually peaceful. This happened last October. I was hauling farm equipment from Kansas City to a place outside Billings, Montana. Nothing unusual about the job. I'd done similar routes dozens of times. My dispatcher had me take Highway 51 to save some time. It cuts through some pretty remote areas, but it's a decent road, and truckers use it plenty. It was around 10 at night when things got weird. The weather had been clear all day, but suddenly, fog started rolling in. Not your normal fog either. This stuff was thick as soup and seemed to appear out of nowhere. One minute I could see fine, and the next it was like driving through a cloud. I slowed down to about 40, not wanting to run off the road. My headlights barely cut through 20 feet ahead of me. The radio started going staticky too, which pissed me off because I was listening to a Royals game. Then it just died completely. That's when I saw him. A man standing at the side of the road, arm out, thumb up. A hitchhiker in the middle of nowhere, in this fog. I almost didn't stop. Company policy says no hitchhikers, and honestly, who picks up strangers these days? But something about him made me hit the brakes. Maybe it was how desperate he looked, or maybe it was just that I couldn't imagine leaving anyone out there in that fog. When my truck came to a stop beside him, I got a better look. He was tall and painfully thin, wearing a worn-out denim jacket that looked like it had seen better days about 20 years ago. His face was gaunt with deep-set eyes that looked haunted, I guess is the word, like he hadn't slept in days. I rolled down my window. "You all right, man?" "Need to get to Cedar Ridge," he said, his voice raspy. "Can you take me?" Cedar Ridge was about 60 miles up the highway, not too far out of my way. "Hop in," I said, against my better judgment. He climbed into the passenger seat, bringing a smell of damp earth with him, not body odor, which was what I'd expected. Just earth, like he'd been digging or something. "Thanks," he said quietly. "Name's Alan." "Daniel," I replied. "What the hell are you doing out here in this weather?" He didn't answer right away, just stared ahead at the road. "Car broke down a few miles back," he finally said. "Been walking for hours." I nodded and pulled back onto the highway. The fog seemed to get even thicker after he got in. I could barely see the white line at the edge of the road. We drove in silence for about 10 minutes. I tried the radio again, but it was still dead. Then Alan suddenly sat up straight in his seat. "You see that?" he asked, staring into the side mirror. I glanced at my mirror and felt my stomach drop. There were headlights behind us, not just any headlights. They were way too high up, like they were mounted on top of a vehicle, and they were getting closer. "Probably just another truck," I said, but even I didn't believe it. The lights were moving too fast for these conditions. Alan shook his head. "It's not a truck." His voice had changed, gotten even quieter. "Don't look back at it. Just drive." "What are you talking about?" I asked, but I found myself pressing harder on the gas anyway. "They're not here for you," he said. "At least not yet." That's when I started getting really freaked out. "Look, I need you to explain what the hell is going on right now, or I'm pulling over." Alan turned to face me, and in the dim glow from the dashboard, his face looked different. Older, somehow, more lined. "Highway 51 isn't like other roads," he said. "Some nights it changes, takes people. The ones who drive it become part of it." I nearly laughed, but the headlights were gaining on us, and something deep in my gut told me this wasn't a joke. "What is that behind us?" I demanded. "The collector," Alan whispered. "It gathers the souls that belong to the highway." That's when I saw it clearly in my mirror. The vehicle behind us was some kind of old black sedan, like a hearse, but not quite. And the driver, Jesus, the driver wasn't human. It was just a shadow with glowing yellow eyes, not reflecting my taillights, actually glowing from within. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. This is insane, I said, but I was pushing 80 now. Fog be damned. Alan grabbed my arm. His hand was ice cold. There, he shouted, pointing to a dirt turnoff I would have missed entirely in the fog. Turn there. I cranked the wheel hard, the truck skidding as I took the turn too fast. The trailer swayed dangerously, but somehow I kept control. The dirt road was rough, jolting us around in our seats as I drove blindly into the fog. Where does this go? I asked, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. Somewhere safe, Alan said. For now. After about a mile of nerve-wracking driving, a structure loomed out of the fog, a cabin or small house with a dim light glowing from one window. I slowed to a stop, killing the engine. What is this place? I asked. A waypoint, Alan said. Come on. I didn't want to get out of my truck, but the thought of sitting there waiting for that thing to find us was worse. So I followed Alan to the cabin door. It wasn't locked. Inside, a single kerosene lantern cast shadows across what looked like a one-room hunting cabin. A table, 2 chairs, a small wood stove. But what caught my attention were the walls. They were covered with photographs. Dozens, maybe hundreds of them, pinned up haphazardly. All men, all with the same haunted expression, and with a chill that went straight to my bones. I realized they were all truck drivers. You can just tell, you know, the caps, the weathered faces, the tired eyes. What the hell is this? I whispered. Alan was looking at the photos too. This is where they bring the lost ones, he said, the ones who didn't get away. I grabbed him by his jacket. Who are you? What is going on here? He didn't resist. I was like you once, driving the 51 on a night I shouldn't have been. The collector came for me, but I made a deal. What kind of deal? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Before he could answer, we heard it, a car engine coming to a stop outside, then footsteps on the porch. It found us, Alan whispered, backing away from the door. I looked around desperately for a weapon, something, anything. There was nothing but a fireplace poker by the stove. I grabbed it, holding it in front of me like a sword. The door opened slowly. The figure that entered wasn't quite human. It had the shape of a man, but it was like a cutout of the night itself, darker than darkness. No features except those glowing yellow eyes. It wore what might have been an old-fashioned suit, but it seemed to shift and flow like smoke. You have been chosen, it said in a voice that sounded like gravel being crushed. It wasn't speaking English, but somehow I understood it perfectly. Alan stepped forward. I brought him, like we agreed. Now let me go. The thing's eyes flared brighter. The agreement remains, but the highway hungers for more. I backed up until I hit the wall. Stay away from me, I warned, brandishing the poker. The shadow figure moved toward me, impossibly fast. The poker passed right through it like it wasn't there. Its cold hand, not a hand really, more like the memory of a hand, touched my forehead, and everything went black. I woke up in my truck. I was driving down Highway 51, the sun just starting to rise over the plains. The fog was gone. The radio was playing some country song I didn't recognize. Alan was gone too. For a moment, I thought I'd dreamed the whole thing. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel, had some kind of waking nightmare. It happens to truckers sometimes. Then I checked my trip log. It was the next morning, but I hadn't made any progress. According to my GPS, I was in exactly the same spot I'd been when I first saw Alan on the roadside. And when I looked in my rearview mirror, I saw it. Standing at the side of the road behind me was the shadow figure, those yellow eyes watching me drive away. I haven't driven Highway 51 since that night. I take detours that add hours to my routes just to avoid it. My boss thinks I'm crazy, but I don't care. Sometimes I dream about that cabin, about those photographs on the wall. In the dreams, I walk closer to them, examining each face, and in one corner, there's a new photo being added. A photo of a man with my face, but not my eyes. The eyes in the photo are yellow and glowing. I don't know what happened to me that night. I don't know what Alan was, or what kind of deal he made with that thing. All I know is that Highway 51 isn't just a road. It's something else, something hungry, and I think it's still waiting for me to come back. Story 16. I don't even know if I should be writing this down. Part of me wants to forget everything that happened that night on I-40, but I can't sleep anymore without seeing their faces. I'm hoping that sharing this might help me make sense of it, or at least stop the nightmares. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years, and nothing like this has ever happened to me before. My name's Tom Carter, though most people at the truck stops know me as Big Rig. I've been hauling freight cross-country since I was 24, and I've seen just about everything you can imagine on America's highways. Weird shit happens on the road. That's just part of the job. But what happened 3 weeks ago in New Mexico wasn't just weird, it was something else entirely. I was on my regular route from Oklahoma City to Flagstaff, carrying a load of electronics. It was a Sunday night in late October, and I'd been driving since early morning. The interstate through New Mexico is usually pretty quiet, especially that stretch between Tucumcari and Albuquerque. You get used to being alone out there with just your thoughts and whatever's on the radio. It was around 11 at night when things started getting strange. The sky was pitch black. No moon, no stars, just darkness pressing down on my headlights. I remember thinking it was unusually dark, like someone had thrown a blanket over the sky. The radio had gone to static about 30 minutes earlier, which happens in those remote stretches, so I was just listening to the hum of my engine and watching the white lines disappear under my truck. I first noticed the sedan in my side mirror. It was coming up fast behind me, way too fast. The headlights were bright, practically blinding when they hit my mirrors. I remember thinking, this idiot's gonna get himself killed driving like that. The car weaved a bit, like maybe the driver was drunk or falling asleep. I moved over to let them pass, but instead of zooming by, the car suddenly slowed down, keeping pace with my trailer. That's when the hairs on my neck stood up. Something wasn't right. In all my years on the road, I've developed a sense for trouble, and this felt like trouble. The car followed alongside my truck for maybe half a mile, then suddenly hit the brakes and pulled over to the shoulder. I should have kept going. God, I wish I'd kept going, but I'm a trucker, and we look out for each other on the road. When I saw the hazard lights come on and a figure stumble out waving their arms, my instinct was to help. I slowed down and pulled over about 100 yards ahead, putting on my own hazards. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box and climbed down from the cab. The air was cold, much colder than it should have been for October in New Mexico. It hit my lungs like ice water. As I walked back toward the car, I could see it was a black sedan, maybe a Honda or Toyota. Nothing remarkable except for the frost on its windows. Frost. In New Mexico. The temperature had been in the 50s all day. The guy who'd flagged me down was young, maybe early 20s, skinny kid wearing jeans and a hoodie that seemed too thin for the cold. He was shaking, but I couldn't tell if it was from the temperature or something else. His eyes were wide, darting around like he expected something to jump out of the darkness. "You okay, buddy?" I called out when I was about 20 feet away. I don't approach strangers too close at night. Another road rule that's kept me alive. "Please," he said, and his voice cracked. "Please, I need a ride. They're coming. They're going to kill me." Now, I've heard all kinds of stories from hitchhikers over the years. Lost wallets, broken down cars, crazy exes, you name it. But something about this kid's fear felt real. He wasn't acting. He was terrified. "Who's coming?" I asked, taking a step closer. That's when I noticed he didn't have any luggage. No bags, nothing. And his car, it looked perfectly fine. No steam from the hood, no flat tire. "The hunters," he said, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "They found me in Tucumcari. I thought I lost them, but they're coming. Please, we need to go now." I was about to tell him to calm down, to explain better, when I saw headlights approaching from the east, the direction we'd come from. The kid saw them too and grabbed my arm. His hand was ice cold, like he'd been dead for hours. "That's them. Please. I'll explain everything, but we have to go now." I don't know why I did it. Maybe it was the genuine terror in his eyes, or maybe it was the unnatural cold that seemed to be closing in around us. But I nodded and said, "Come on then." We ran back to my truck. I helped him climb into the passenger side and then got behind the wheel. As I started pulling back onto the interstate, I checked my mirror. The approaching car had slowed down near the abandoned sedan. I couldn't see the driver, but I swear the headlights seemed to track my truck as we pulled away. "What's your name, kid?" I asked, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "Alex," he said, still looking back through the rear window. "Thank you. They would have got me for sure." "Who's they? You in some kind of trouble with the law?" He laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. "I wish it was just the cops, the hunters. There's something else. They look like people, but they're not. Not anymore." Great, I thought. I've picked up a paranoid schizophrenic. But before I could figure out what to do with him, I noticed headlights gaining on us fast in my mirror. "Shit," Alex whispered. "They found us already." The car behind us, another sedan, dark-colored like the first one, was closing the distance quickly. I pushed my rig faster, but a fully loaded 18-wheeler isn't going to outrun a car, no matter how good a driver you are. "Take the next exit," Alex said suddenly. "There's a back road that runs parallel to the interstate for a few miles. We might lose them there." "How do you know that?" I asked, but I was already slowing for the upcoming exit. "I've been running from them for weeks," he said. "I study the maps, looking for escape routes. I took the exit, a narrow ramp that curved sharply before connecting to a 2-lane county road. The sedan followed. I turned right onto the county road, which was barely visible in my headlights. No streetlights out here, just vast darkness on both sides." "They're still coming," Alex said, his voice tense as he watched the rear view mirror. I pushed my rig as fast as I dared on the unfamiliar road. The truck swayed on the uneven pavement, the load shifting slightly in the trailer behind us. The sedan stayed with us, keeping a steady distance of about 50 yards back. "What do these people want with you?" I demanded. Alex turned to me, his face ghostly in the dim light from the dashboard. "They want me to join them. That's what they do. They hunt people down and make them part of the pack." I was about to tell him that sounded like nonsense when I saw something in the road ahead. A figure, a woman, standing right in the middle of the lane. She was wearing what looked like a white dress, her long dark hair moving slightly, though there wasn't any wind I could feel. "Jesus Christ," I shouted, swerving hard to avoid her. The truck's tires hit the shoulder, and I felt the familiar lurch of losing traction. I fought the wheel trying to keep us on the road, but it was too late. The right side tires sank into soft dirt, and momentum did the rest. The cab tilted, sliding into the shallow ditch that ran alongside the road. We didn't flip, thank God, but we were stuck. The engine died in the impact, and suddenly everything was quiet, except for our heavy breathing and the tick-tick-tick of the cooling engine. "We need to run," Alex said, already unbuckling his seatbelt. "They're coming." I looked back down the road. The sedan that had been following us had stopped about 100 yards away. Its headlights illuminated the road, and in their glow, I could see figures emerging from the car. 3, maybe 4 people, moving with an odd synchronized grace. "Kid, what the hell is going on?" I demanded, but Alex was already opening his door. "They're hunters," he said again, as if that explained everything. "They hunt people like us." "Like us? What are you talking about?" He gave me a strange look, almost pitying. People who can see them for what they really are. Most folks, they just drive right by and never notice. But some of us, we can see them. And once they know you can see them, they hunt you down. The figures were getting closer. I could make out 3 men and a woman, all dressed in dark clothes. They moved steadily, unhurried, like they knew we weren't going anywhere. "Come on," Alex hissed, jumping down from the cab. I followed, my legs shaky from the crash and from fear. What the hell was I doing? But before we could get more than a few steps from the truck, the woman I'd seen in the road, the one I'd swerved to avoid, stepped out from behind the trailer. Up close, I could see her face clearly, and my blood ran cold. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes reflected the distant headlights like an animal's. She wasn't walking so much as gliding toward us. Alex screamed and tried to run back toward the cab, but two of the figures from the car had already reached us. They moved with impossible speed, grabbing Alex by the arms. He struggled, kicking and screaming. "Run!" he yelled at me. "Run while you still can." I stood frozen, watching as they dragged him back toward their car. His screams echoed in the empty night, growing fainter as they pulled him away. The woman in white watched me, her head tilted slightly, as if she was curious. That's when I broke. I turned and ran, not toward the road, but into the fields beside it. I heard voices behind me, calling out in a language I didn't understand. The ground was rough, covered in scrub and rocks that threatened to twist my ankle with every step, but fear pushed me forward. I ran until my lungs burned, until I couldn't hear Alex's screams anymore. Eventually, I saw lights in the distance, a gas station, its fluorescent sign a beacon in the darkness. I staggered toward it, relief washing over me. People, normal people, would be there, a phone to call for help. But as I got closer, I realized something was wrong. The station was lit up, but there were no cars at the pumps, no movement inside the small convenience store. The doors were open, swinging slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. I approached cautiously, calling out, "Hello? Anybody here?" Silence answered me. The store was abandoned, shelves fully stocked, register still open, but not a soul in sight. It was as if everyone had just vanished in the middle of their normal routines. A half-filled coffee cup sat on the counter, still warm to the touch. I found the phone behind the counter and dialed 911. Nothing happened. No ring, no operator, just silence. I tried again. Same result. My cell phone showed no service. That's when I heard them. Whispers outside, voices calling my name. "Tom. Join us, Tom." How did they know my name? I hadn't told Alex my name. I looked out the store windows and saw them, the hunters, standing in a semicircle around the gas station. The woman in white was at the center, her arms outstretched as if in welcome. Behind them I could see Alex standing motionless, his eyes now reflecting the light just like theirs. They were coming closer, their whispers growing louder. "Join us, Tom. See what we see. Hunt what we hunt." I backed away from the windows, looking for another exit. The back door was locked. I was trapped. The lights in the station flickered, then went out completely. In the darkness, I could hear them entering the store, their footsteps making no sound on the linoleum floor. Cold air swirled around me, carrying their whispers. "Join us." I felt hands on my shoulders, ice cold and strong as steel. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The darkness seemed to deepen, to become solid, wrapping around me like a cocoon. The last thing I remember clearly is the woman's face, inches from mine. Her eyes reflecting nothing now because there was no light left to reflect, just darkness, swallowing everything. I woke up 3 days later in a hospital in Albuquerque. A state trooper found me wandering along I-40, miles from where my truck went off the road. I was dehydrated, confused, with no memory of how I got there. My truck was recovered from the ditch, exactly where I remembered leaving it. But there was no black sedan, no abandoned car on the shoulder where I'd first stopped to help Alex. The doctors say I had some kind of breakdown from stress and exhaustion. Maybe they're right, but I know what I saw, what I felt. I quit driving after that. Couldn't bring myself to get back behind the wheel. Sometimes, especially at night, I swear I can hear them whispering, calling me to join them. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I think I see something different in my eyes, a reflection that shouldn't be there in the darkness of my room. I don't know what they are or why they chose me. All I know is they're out there, hunting on the lonely highways of New Mexico, and if you see a stranded motorist on a starless night, just keep driving. Don't stop, don't help. They might be watching you already. Story 17. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night in Zacatecas. It was 1998, and I was 27 years old, working as a secretary at a small accounting firm in town. Life was simple back then. Wake up, go to work, come home. The days blended together, and sometimes I felt like I was suffocating under the weight of routine. That's why I started taking evening walks. Nothing fancy, just 30 minutes or so after dinner to clear my head and breathe some fresh air. My apartment was small and stuffy, and these walks became my escape, my little ritual of freedom. I had a few different routes I would take, but my favorite was the path that led toward the small lake about a mile outside of town. We called it La Laguna Pequeña, though it was really just a large pond surrounded by a few scraggly trees and bushes. During the day, locals would sometimes fish there, but in the evenings it was usually deserted, peaceful. That particular evening in April was cooler than usual. A strange mist hung low over the ground, which should have been my first warning, but I didn't think much of it. The air felt heavy somehow, like right before a storm. I remember zipping up my light jacket as I left my apartment around 8:30. The streets of Zacatecas were quieter than normal. Even for a Tuesday night, there weren't many people out. I nodded to old Senor Ramirez, who was closing his corner store, and he gave me an odd look. "Going for your walk, Maria?" he asked, his voice carrying a note of concern that I didn't register at the time. "Yes, just to the lake and back," I replied with a smile. He frowned and made the sign of the cross. "Perhaps not tonight, mija. It feels wrong out here." I laughed it off. "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." How many times have I replayed that conversation in my head? How different things might have been if I'd listened to him. The road leading out of town was lined with small, scattered houses that eventually gave way to open land. As I walked, the lights from town grew dimmer behind me, and the darkness ahead seemed to deepen. Normally, I loved this transition, the way the city noise faded and natural sounds took over. But that night, everything was eerily silent. No crickets, no rustling leaves, nothing. About halfway to the lake, I got this overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. You know that sensation when the hairs on your arms stand up? Like that, but 10 times stronger. I stopped and looked around, but saw nothing unusual in the darkness. Just the dim outline of the mountains against the night sky and the path ahead disappearing into shadow. I considered turning back, but told myself I was being silly. I'd taken this walk dozens of times before. What was different about tonight? Still, I walked faster, suddenly eager to reach the lake, make my usual loop around it, and head back home. When I finally reached the lake, the mist was so thick I could barely see the water. It floated over the surface like a living thing, curling and shifting in ways that mist shouldn't move. The moon was nearly full that night, casting just enough light to see maybe 15 feet ahead. I stood at the edge of the water, trying to calm my breathing. That's when I heard it, a soft, mournful sound. At first I thought it was just the wind, but as I listened I realized it was crying, a woman crying. My first thought was that someone was hurt. I called out, "Hola, está bien?" But got no response, just more sobbing. I squinted through the mist, trying to locate the source of the crying. That's when I saw her, a figure in white moving slowly along the opposite shore. She seemed to be walking in the shallow water, her dress dragging behind her. "Señora," I called out, louder this time. "Do you need help?" The figure stopped. The crying ceased abruptly. Then, in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, I heard her speak. "Mis hijos. ¿Dónde están mis hijos?" My blood turned to ice. My entire body went rigid with fear. Those words, "My children. Where are my children?" echoed across the water. It wasn't just what she said, but how she said it. Her voice carried centuries of grief, a bottomless well of despair that no living person could produce. I knew immediately what I was seeing. Every Mexican child grows up hearing the stories of La Llorona, the weeping woman, the beautiful woman who drowned her children in a jealous rage after her husband left her for another woman, and who now wanders near bodies of water, eternally searching for them, taking other children if they venture too close after dark. But those were just stories meant to keep kids from playing near dangerous water. They weren't real. They couldn't be real. Yet there she was. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. It was like my feet had grown roots into the ground. I stood there, trembling, as the figure began moving again, slowly turning in my direction. "Mis hijos," she moaned, louder this time. "Mis hijos." Her cry sent shockwaves through the air. The water of the lake rippled violently, as if disturbed by some massive force below. The mist swirled around her, and for a brief moment, it cleared enough for me to see her clearly. She was beautiful and terrible all at once. Long black hair flowed down past her waist, dripping wet as if she'd just emerged from the depths. Her dress, once white, was stained with mud and what looked horribly like blood. Her face, God, her face. It was the face of a young woman, maybe in her 20s, but her eyes were empty black holes that seemed to go on forever. Her skin was pale as death itself, with blue veins visible beneath. But the worst part was her expression. Such anguish, such torment. No living person could bear such pain and remain sane. As she began moving toward me across the lake, not swimming but walking on top of the water, I finally broke free from my paralysis. I turned and ran, faster than I'd ever run in my life. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but terror pushed me forward. Behind me, I could hear her wailing growing closer. "Vuelve, mis hijos! Return, my children!" I didn't look back. I couldn't. Somehow, I knew that if I saw her face again, my heart would stop from pure fear. The path back to town seemed twice as long as before. Branches seemed to reach out to grab me. Rocks appeared out of nowhere to trip me. I fell twice, scraping my hands and knees badly the second time, but I barely felt the pain. All I could focus on was escaping. The most terrifying part was that no matter how fast I ran, her crying never faded. It was as if she was right behind me, her cold breath on my neck. At one point, I felt icy fingers brush against my hair, and I screamed. I finally saw the lights of town ahead, and hope surged through me. Surely she wouldn't follow me into town among other people. Just as I reached the first street lamp, I felt a sudden cold so intense it burned. Something grabbed my ankle, a hand, cold and wet and impossibly strong. I fell hard onto the dirt road, the air knocked from my lungs. "Tú no eres mi hijo," the voice whispered directly in my ear. "You are not my child." I rolled over face to face with La Llorona. Up close, her features shifted constantly. One moment, a beautiful young woman. The next, a rotting corpse with flesh hanging from bone. The smell of lake water and decay overwhelmed me. She leaned closer, her mouth opening impossibly wide, wider than any human mouth could open. I saw rows of needle-like teeth, and beyond them, only darkness. "Pero sabes dónde están?" she hissed. "But you know where they are." I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. In desperation, I closed my eyes tight and began to pray. The Hail Mary over and over, the words tumbling out in a panicked stream. "Santa María, Madre de Dios, ruega por nosotros pecadores, ahora y en la hora de nuestra muerte." The cold grip on my ankle suddenly released. I opened my eyes to find myself alone on the dirt road, the street lamp flickering above me. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the distant barking of a dog. I scrambled to my feet and ran the rest of the way home without stopping. I locked every window and door, turned on all the lights, and sat in the corner of my living room until dawn, jumping at every sound. The next day I went to church and lit candles for the souls of La Llorona's children. I don't know why I did it, instinct perhaps, or maybe because I couldn't get the sound of her grief out of my head. I never walked to the lake again. I moved away from Zacatecas 6 months later, telling myself it was for a better job in Mexico City. But really, I couldn't bear to stay. Even now, 25 years later, I can't look at bodies of water without trembling. I can't hear a woman crying without feeling that same icy grip on my ankle. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't started praying. Sometimes I dream of those endless black eyes and wake up screaming. And sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, I swear I can hear her voice, distant but clear, still searching, still mourning. Mis hijos. ¿Dónde están mis hijos? The strangest thing. When I went back to that spot the next day with my cousin, I needed someone with me. We found something in the dirt where I had fallen. A small handprint, too small to be mine, pressed into the mud as if made by a child, and beside it, 5 words scratched into the earth. Ella nunca nos encontrará aquí. She will never find us here. Story 18. I still can't talk about that house without my hands shaking. Even now, almost 60 years later, I wake up in cold sweats sometimes, thinking I'm back there. I've never shared this story online before, but my grandkids found some old photos recently and started asking questions. I guess it's time to finally put it all down. It was 1965 when I moved to Carmel with my 6 children. Their father had left us the year before, and I was desperate for a fresh start. We'd been staying with my sister in San Francisco, but with 6 kids in a 2-bedroom apartment, it was only a matter of time before we wore out our welcome. I'd saved enough from my job at the department store for a security deposit and first month's rent, but finding a place that would accommodate 7 people on my budget seemed impossible. At first, we got lucky. I met a woman through a church friend who needed someone to house-sit her beautiful home while she traveled abroad for 6 months. The rent was reasonable, and it gave us time to settle into Carmel and for me to find steady work. Those 6 months were wonderful. The kids enrolled in school, I found a job at a local dress shop, and we began to heal. But all too soon, our time was up. The owner was returning, and we needed to find something permanent. I was starting to panic when I saw the listing, a 3-story townhouse with an attic, 4 bedrooms, walking distance to the children's school, and, most importantly, affordable with no down payment required. The owner wanted to rent to own with minimal paperwork. It seemed like divine intervention. The day we went to see it, I should have noticed how the real estate agent seemed nervous. She kept checking her watch, rushing us through rooms, and barely answered our questions. But I was too focused on the space, enough bedrooms for the kids to share without being cramped, a proper dining room where we could eat together, even a small backyard where they could play. Why is it so affordable? I remember asking. The answer should have been my first warning. The owners are motivated sellers. It's been vacant for a while. We moved in on a Tuesday. I remember because it was my only day off from the shop, and I needed every minute to get us settled. The kids were excited, running up and down the stairs, claiming their rooms. My oldest, James and Thomas, would share the largest bedroom. The 3 girls would take the second biggest room, and little David would have the small bedroom next to mine. The house had a musty smell, like old books left in a damp basement. I threw open all the windows and set the kids to cleaning while I unpacked the kitchen. By evening, we were exhausted but happy. Our first night, we ate pizza on the floor of the dining room, surrounded by boxes, but feeling like we'd finally found our place. It started so gradually that I doubted myself at first. About 2 weeks after moving in, I noticed small things going missing. A hairbrush, a pair of scissors, David's favorite toy car. I assumed it was just the chaos of unpacking with 6 children. Then came the voices. I was in the kitchen making breakfast when I clearly heard someone call my name. Evelyn. It was a whisper, but distinct. I thought it was one of the kids and called back, but no one answered. When I checked, all 6 were still asleep in their beds. Thomas was the first to mention the footsteps. He came into my room one night around 11, his face pale. "Mom, someone's walking around in the attic." I listened, and sure enough, there was a slow, deliberate creak of footsteps above us. I told him it was probably just the house settling, but I didn't believe it myself. The next day, I checked the attic, a large, open space with some old furniture left by previous owners. Nothing seemed disturbed, but the air felt heavier up there, colder somehow. By the end of the first month, we were all on edge. Items would disappear from one room and appear in another. The kids would argue about who had moved things, but eventually we all realized no one was doing it. The footsteps continued every night, sometimes accompanied by scratching sounds in the walls. Thomas had the worst experience early on. He was 13 then, curious and brave. Too brave. One evening, while I was working a late shift at the shop, he decided to investigate the attic noises. He later told me he'd been up there for just a few minutes when he saw it, a dark, floating mass in the corner. Not a shadow, not smoke, but something that seemed to absorb the light around it. He said it moved toward him, and he ran for the stairs. As he fled down 3 flights to the main floor, he said the thing followed him. Pictures flew off the walls as he passed, crashing to the floor. When he reached the bottom, the front door slammed shut on its own. I came home to find all 6 kids huddled in the girls' room, terrified. Thomas told me what happened, and I wanted to dismiss it as an overactive imagination, but the broken glass from at least a dozen picture frames scattered along the stairwell couldn't be explained away. My 4th child, Charity, was 9 that year. She'd always been a quiet, somewhat strange child, but in that house, her behavior became increasingly concerning. She preferred to play alone, often disappearing for hours. I'd find her in odd places, inside closets, under furniture, or in the small crawl spaces that dotted the old house. She started talking to herself, or rather, to someone I couldn't see. When I asked who she was talking to, she'd say the tree people or my friends in the walls. Charity had 3 pet mice she adored. She kept them in a cage in the girls' room, but often took them out to play. The mice seemed agitated in the house, running in circles in their cage at night, their tiny nails scratching against the plastic bottom. I was struggling to keep up with rent and bills, so I started hosting wig parties to earn extra money. These were popular back then, like Tupperware parties, but selling wigs. Women would come over, try on different styles, and hopefully place orders. I made a small commission on each sale. During one of these parties, about 8 weeks after we moved in, something happened that I still can't explain. I had about 15 women in our living room, all trying on wigs and laughing. Charity was supposed to be upstairs with the other children, but halfway through the party, there was a commotion. One of the guests screamed and jumped up from the sofa. On her shoulder was one of Charity's white mice. The room erupted in chaos. Some women were scared of mice. Others thought it was hilarious, but all I could think was how impossible it was. Charity's mice had been in their cage in the girls' room 3 floors up. Even if the cage had been left open, how had a mouse traveled down 3 flights of stairs and ended up on this specific woman's shoulder without anyone noticing? When I asked Charity later, she just smiled that eerie smile she'd developed since we moved in. They wanted to come to the party too, Mama. A week later, all 3 mice were dead. Charity found them in their cage one morning, torn apart, blood spattered on the plastic walls. The cage was still latched shut, with no way for a predator to get in. Charity was inconsolable, not just sad, but terrified. "The shadows did it," she kept saying between sobs. "The shadows don't want me to have friends." After that, things escalated rapidly. Objects didn't just move. They flew across rooms. We'd hear banging on the walls at all hours. The children reported seeing dark figures at the foot of their beds or watching them from doorways. James woke up one morning with 3 long scratches down his back that hadn't been there when he went to bed. I tried to rationalize it all. Old houses make noises. Kids get scratches playing. Objects fall if they're not placed properly. But I couldn't explain the night I was yanked out of bed by my hair by something I couldn't see, or the time all the kitchen cabinets opened simultaneously while we were eating dinner, or how the water in the shower would turn ice cold or scalding hot without anyone touching the faucets. The final straw came about 3 months after we moved in. I was at my wit's end, sleeping poorly, jumping at every sound. I'd seen things too by then. A tall, dark figure at the end of the hallway that disappeared when I approached, shadows that moved against the flow of light, a face pressed against the bathroom window when I was home alone. I called a priest from the local parish. I wasn't particularly religious, but I didn't know where else to turn. Father Morgan came on a Tuesday afternoon. He was an older man, kind-faced but serious. He listened to our experiences without judgment and agreed to bless the house. He started in the basement, working his way up with holy water and prayers. The atmosphere in the house changed as he worked. It felt like the air was getting thicker, harder to breathe. When he reached the attic, he asked to go in alone. He was up there for almost 45 minutes. When he finally came down, his face was ashen and his hands were shaking. "You need to leave," he said quietly. "All of you, today." "Can't you exercise it or whatever you do?" I asked, desperate. He shook his head. "What's in this house? It won't leave. It's been here a long time. It's part of the structure now." I asked what he'd seen in the attic, but he wouldn't tell me. He just kept saying we needed to go, that it wasn't safe for the children especially. I've never seen fear like that in a grown man's eyes. We packed what we could into our station wagon and went to a motel. The next day, I returned alone to get more of our things. Big mistake. The moment I stepped inside, I knew something was wrong. The air was ice cold despite it being July. There was a smell like rotten meat and sulfur. As I started up the stairs, pictures began flying off the walls again, not falling, but launching themselves across the hallway. A heavy bookcase slid several feet across the floor on its own, blocking my path to the bedrooms. I ran, left everything behind except what we'd taken to the motel: clothes, furniture, photos, toys, all abandoned. It wasn't until months later that I learned the truth about the house. A neighbor from across the street approached me in the grocery store. She'd heard we'd moved out suddenly and wanted to know if we were okay. When I hinted at our experiences, her expression changed. "So you know about the priests then?" she said. The house, she told me, had been donated to the church about 10 years earlier by a family who'd fled in the middle of the night, much like we had. The church had used it briefly as a rectory, housing 2 young priests who were new to the parish. 6 months later, both were found dead in the attic, their throats slashed, surrounded by symbols drawn in blood. The official story was murder-suicide, but nobody who knew the priests believed it. The house had changed hands at least 6 times since then, with no family or individual staying longer than a few months. We never went back. Lost our deposit, our belongings, even some important documents. But we got out alive, which is more than I can say for everyone who lived in that house. I've spent decades trying to make sense of what happened in Carmel. Was it a demon, a ghost, some kind of concentrated negative energy? I don't know. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still hear footsteps in the attic and my name being whispered in the dark. And I wonder if a part of whatever was in that house followed us out. Story 19. I've been a trucker for 23 years. Seen everything from the Rockies to the Appalachians, hauled everything from chickens to computer parts. Route 66 was my bread and butter, California to Texas and back twice a month like clockwork. Nothing special, just me, my rig, and the endless ribbon of asphalt until 3 weeks ago. I still wake up in cold sweats, still can't bring myself to get back behind the wheel. My boss keeps calling, but I just tell him I'm sick. How do you explain something like this? They'd think I was on drugs or having some kind of breakdown. It was supposed to be a routine haul, electronics from San Bernardino to Amarillo. Left around 4 in the afternoon, planning to drive through the night like I usually do. The sky was clear when I started, my thermos full of coffee, radio playing some classic rock station. Just outside Barstow is when things started getting weird. The desert stretched out on both sides, nothing but sand and scrubby vegetation as far as the eye could see. The sun was starting to set, painting everything in deep oranges and reds. I was settling in for the long haul when my radio suddenly crackled. At first, I thought it was just interference. Happens all the time out there where signals get crossed. But then a voice came through, clear as day. "Get off the road. It's not safe tonight." I figured it was just another trucker warning about a speed trap or an accident up ahead. But something about the voice made the hair on my arms stand up. It sounded desperate, almost pleading. I tried to respond, ask for details, but got nothing but static. When the radio cleared, it was just the normal station again, like nothing had happened. About 15 minutes later, I spotted someone on the side of the road, a woman with her thumb out. Now, I don't normally pick up hitchhikers. Too dangerous these days. But something about her looked wrong. For one thing, she was soaking wet, which made no sense in the middle of the desert, and she looked terrified, constantly glancing over her shoulder. I slowed down against my better judgment. Maybe it was the weird radio message making me paranoid, but I couldn't just leave her there. She practically jumped into my cab before I'd fully stopped, slamming the door behind her. "Thank you," she gasped, water dripping from her clothes onto my seat. "Thank you for stopping." I handed her a towel I keep under my seat. "What happened to you? Car breakdown somewhere?" She was shivering, though it had to be at least 80 degrees outside. "I've been trying to get away," she said, wrapping the towel around her shoulders, "but it keeps finding me." "What keeps finding you?" I asked, pulling back onto the road. The sun had almost completely set now, darkness creeping in from the east. "The truck," she said, staring out the windshield. "The one with the driver whose eyes are hollow. He collects people on this road. Has for years." I'll admit I thought she was crazy, probably on something or running from an abusive boyfriend or something, but I'd committed to giving her a ride to the next town, so I just nodded and kept driving. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to keep things normal. "Sarah," she said after a pause that went on just a beat too long. "My name is Sarah. I'm Thomas Walker." "I know," she said, and my blood ran cold. "How do you know my name?" She pointed at my license displayed on the dashboard. "Right, of course." The radio suddenly burst to life again, startling us both. Through the static, the same voice. "Turn around, Thomas. Last chance. It's seen you now." Sarah grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in hard enough to bruise. "Drive faster," she whispered. "Please." I'm not proud to admit it, but I was getting spooked. I pushed my speed up to 75, breaking the limit. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded. "He collects souls for the road," Sarah said, still looking behind us. "Route 66 is old and it's hungry. Every mile was built on blood and bone. The natives knew it was cursed ground. The workers who paved it knew it too. But people forget. They think it's just a road." "Lady, you're not making any sense." "Look in your mirror," she whispered. I shouldn't have looked. Part of me knows that now. If I hadn't looked, maybe I could have just dropped her off and gone on with my life, convinced myself she was just some messed up woman with delusions. But I did look. There was a truck behind us, a big rig like mine, but older. It was gaining on us fast, headlights piercing through a fog that hadn't been there minutes before. And even from that distance, I could see that the driver's seat was empty. "Jesus Christ," I muttered, pushing my accelerator harder. "What the hell is that?" "It's the collector," Sarah said, her voice flat. "He's coming for us both now." The fog was getting thicker, rolling in from nowhere, swallowing the road behind us and catching up fast. My headlights barely penetrated 20 feet ahead. I slowed down, afraid of missing a curve or hitting something. "No," Sarah screamed. "Don't slow down. He'll catch us." The radio crackled again. Too late, Thomas. Should have listened. I spotted a dirt road branching off to the right and made a split-second decision, wrenching the wheel hard. My rig bounced and jolted as we left the asphalt, the trailer swinging dangerously behind us. I'd never taken my truck off-road before, and the way it handled terrified me almost as much as what was behind us. The dirt road led into a cluster of trees, an odd sight in this part of the desert. I killed my headlights, hoping to lose whatever was following us. We rumbled to a stop, engine still running, both of us breathing hard. "Did we lose it?" I whispered. Sarah was pressed against the passenger door, staring out into the darkness. "For now," she said. "But he always finds a way back." I was about to ask her to explain everything from the beginning when movement caught my eye. Among the trees, maybe 30 yards away, stood a man, tall, impossibly thin, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned trucker's uniform, the kind you'd see in photographs from the 50s. Even in the darkness, I could see his face was gaunt, his skin so pale it seemed to glow faintly, and his eyes. Sarah was right. They weren't empty exactly. They were like looking into deep wells, black, endless, with something moving far below the surface. He lifted one hand and pointed directly at us. "Start the truck," Sarah said urgently. "Now." I didn't need telling twice. I threw the rig into gear and got us moving, bouncing back toward the main road. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. "There's a diner about 5 miles ahead," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "Truckers stop there all night. We'll be safe with other people around." Sarah didn't respond, just kept looking behind us. The fog had returned, thicker than ever, following us like it had a mind of its own. The diner appeared like a mirage, a neon oasis in the darkness, its open sign buzzing and flickering. The parking lot had a few cars and 2 other big rigs. I pulled in and killed the engine, suddenly exhausted. "Let's get inside," I said. "Get some coffee. Figure this out." As we approached the diner's entrance, Sarah hesitated at the threshold. "Something's not right," she whispered. The place looked normal enough to me. Counter with stools, booths along the windows, tired-looking waitress refilling coffee cups, a few truckers hunched over plates of eggs and hash browns. But the moment we stepped inside, every head turned to look at us. Their eyes. God, their eyes were just like his. Bottomless pits with something moving in the depths. Before I could react, the door slammed shut behind us. The waitress smiled, showing too many teeth. "You're late," she said. "He's been waiting." From the back booth rose the gaunt man I'd seen in the trees. Up close, he looked even less human. His skin had a grayish tint, stretched too tight over his bones. His uniform was stained with what looked like oil, but darker, thicker. "You've been chosen," he said, his voice the same one I'd heard on the radio. "You belong to the highway now." I backed up against the door, fumbling for the handle. It wouldn't budge. "What do you want?" I demanded, trying to sound brave. "The road demands tribute," he said, taking a step toward us. "It gives and it takes. For every mile traveled, a price must be paid." Sarah pressed herself against my side. "I've been running for so long," she whispered. "I'm sorry I brought you into this." The lights flickered, and in that brief moment of darkness, the gaunt man moved. Suddenly, he was right in front of us, his cold breath on my face. "Every driver hears the call eventually," he said. "The lucky ones ignore it. The others—" He gestured around at the other people in the diner, who watched us with those terrible eyes. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I felt Sarah's hand find mine. "When they come back on," she whispered, "run." The lights flashed on, and the gaunt man was gone. So were the other patrons. The diner was completely empty, chairs overturned like everyone had left in a hurry. We didn't waste time asking questions. We bolted for the door, which now opened easily, and ran for my truck. Behind us, I heard the sound of engines starting, a low, growling rumble that didn't sound quite mechanical. I got the key in the ignition with trembling fingers and peeled out of the parking lot. In my mirror, I could see the diner's lights go out one by one until the building seemed to fade into the darkness. "What the hell is happening?" I shouted, fear making my voice crack. Sarah was watching the road behind us again. "The collector comes for truckers who drive too long, who get too comfortable with the road," she said. "Route 66 isn't just a highway. It's something older, something that was here before the road was built. The asphalt just gave it away to reach farther, to take more." The radio crackled to life once more. "You can't escape. You're part of the road now." "How do we get away from it?" I demanded, pushing my rig as fast as it would go. Sarah looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw in her eyes the same bottomless quality I'd seen in the others. How had I not noticed before? "We don't," she said simply. "No one ever does. I've been trying for years." That's when I understood. What I'd picked up wasn't just a hitchhiker. It was a warning, an echo of someone who'd been taken long ago. The fog rolled in thick and heavy, swallowing my headlights. In the distance, I could see other trucks approaching, a whole convoy of them driving without lights, moving too fast for the conditions. My radio kept crackling with that voice, sometimes warning me, sometimes threatening me. I realized they were the same thing. The road was playing with me, like a cat with a mouse. 3 weeks later, and I still haven't gone back to work, still haven't driven anywhere near Route 66. But sometimes, when I'm trying to sleep, I hear the rumble of a diesel engine outside my window, and sometimes my radio turns itself on, playing nothing but static. I know what's waiting for me out there, what's been waiting all along. The highway is hungry, and it's patient. Story 20. I've been putting off sharing this for years. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help me process what happened, or just make the memories more vivid. But after seeing others post their experiences here, I figured maybe someone might understand or have explanations I haven't been able to find. I was with the Mill Creek PD for almost 15 years, but there was one night, one call that still haunts me. It happened during my 10th year on the force. I'd seen plenty of disturbing things by then. Fatal car accidents, domestic violence scenes, even a couple of homicides, but nothing prepared me for what I encountered at the abandoned house on Elm Street. Everyone in Mill Creek knew about that place. It was this big Victorian-style home that had been empty for years. Local kids called it the haunted house, and they'd dare each other to go up and touch the front door. The story was that about 20 years earlier, the husband who lived there had completely snapped. According to the old-timers in the department, he'd killed his wife and young daughter before hanging himself in the attic. I'd always figured most of that was exaggerated. You know how small-town legends get embellished over time. It was a Tuesday night in October, just a couple weeks before Halloween. The weather was unusually cold, and a thick fog had settled over Mill Creek. I was working the night shift alone. We were short-staffed as usual. The call came in around 11:30. A neighbor reported strange lights and possible trespassers at the abandoned Elm Street house. Probably just teenagers looking for a thrill, I thought. I'd broken up plenty of those little parties before. When I pulled up to the house, I didn't see any cars parked nearby or bikes thrown on the lawn, usually clear signs of teen trespassers. The place looked dead quiet. The porch sagged in the middle, and most of the windows were boarded up. The yard was overgrown with weeds that reached up to my knees. I remember the gate made this awful squealing noise when I pushed it open, like it was warning me to stay away. I called in my position and said I was going to do a quick sweep of the property. In hindsight, I should have waited for backup, but after 10 years on the force, I'd gotten a little overconfident. Plus, I didn't want to waste resources if it was nothing. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness as I approached the front door. It was slightly ajar, definitely not right for an abandoned property that was supposed to be secured. I announced myself. Mill Creek Police, anyone inside needs to come out now. No response, just the sound of the wind rustling through the dead leaves around my feet. The door creaked as I pushed it open wider. The smell hit me immediately, that distinct musty odor of decay and neglect, not like a dead body. I knew that smell all too well, but like decades of trapped moisture, mold, and dust. My flashlight revealed a once grand entryway with a wide staircase leading to the second floor. Wallpaper peeled from the walls like dead skin, and there was broken furniture scattered around. I did a sweep of the first floor, moving from room to room, kitchen, dining room, living room, all empty except for some abandoned furniture and evidence of animals having made homes in the corners. Nothing seemed disturbed recently, no beer cans, cigarette butts, or other signs of trespassers. I was beginning to think the neighbor had imagined the lights. That's when I heard it, a faint ticking sound coming from what must have been a parlor or sitting room off to my right. I followed the sound, my hand instinctively moving to rest on my holstered weapon. The room was mostly empty except for a large grandfather clock against the far wall. This is where things started getting weird. The pendulum on the clock was swinging steadily back and forth, causing that ticking sound. But when my flashlight beam hit the clock face, I could see that the hands were frozen at midnight. How could the pendulum be moving if the clock wasn't working? I figured maybe it was just the wind somehow making it move, or maybe an animal had nested inside and was shifting around. I walked closer to examine it, and that's when I noticed there was no dust on the clock. Unlike everything else in the house, it looked polished, maintained. I reached out and touched the pendulum, stopping its motion with my finger. The metal felt ice cold, much colder than it should have been. The moment I touched it, the clock began to chime, loud, resonant bongs that seemed impossibly loud in the empty house. I jumped back, my heart racing. The clock struck 12 times, though it was closer to midnight than noon. As the final chime faded, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Footsteps. Heavy footsteps slowly pacing back and forth directly above me. I'd been a cop long enough to trust my instincts, and everything in me was screaming that something was very wrong. But I also couldn't leave without checking it out. If someone was squatting upstairs, I needed to know. "Mill Creek Police," I shouted up at the ceiling. "I can hear you moving around up there. Come down with your hands visible." No response, but the footsteps stopped momentarily before continuing their slow, deliberate pace. I made my way back to the main staircase, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I moved. Each step creaked under my weight as I climbed. The upstairs hallway stretched in both directions with several doors leading off it. All were closed except one, at the far end of the hall, which was slightly open. As I watched, it seemed to open a bit wider, like someone was inviting me in. The footsteps had stopped. The silence felt heavy, expectant, like the house itself was holding its breath. I moved slowly down the hallway, checking each room as I passed. Empty bedroom, empty bathroom, another empty bedroom. Nothing but cobwebs, peeling paint, and broken floorboards. When I reached the partially open door at the end, I pushed it with the toe of my boot. It swung open to reveal a small bedroom, and unlike the rest of the house, this one wasn't empty. It had clearly been a child's room once. The walls were painted pink, though the color had faded to a sickly salmon. There was a small bed with a rotting canopy, a wooden rocking horse in the corner, and shelves lined with decomposing stuffed animals. And there, huddled in the corner farthest from the door, was something. I can't bring myself to call it a child, though that's what it resembled. It was small, about the size of an 8 or 9-year-old girl, but it was just a shadow, darker than the darkness surrounding it. I couldn't make out any details except for its eyes, two hollow, pitch-black voids that somehow reflected the beam of my flashlight. I froze. My training hadn't prepared me for this. I tried to speak, but my mouth was bone dry. That's when I heard it, a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Help me." The voice was so small, so desperate. It didn't sound threatening, just sad, deeply, profoundly sad. I took a step forward, my police instincts kicking in. If this was a child, regardless of how wrong, it seemed I needed to help. "Are you hurt? Where are your parents?" I managed to ask, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. "Help me. He's coming back." The whisper was louder now, more urgent. That's when the room began to change around me. It's hard to describe, but it was like the walls were breathing, expanding and contracting. The pink color seemed to darken in patches, like blood seeping through bandages. The temperature plummeted, and I could see my breath clouding in front of me. I started backing toward the door, every instinct telling me to get out. "I need to call for assistance," I said, reaching for my radio. But when I pressed the button, all that came through was static and what sounded like a child crying. I turned to leave, and that's when the door slammed shut in front of me. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers were all around me now, not just "help me," but other fragments too. "He hurt us. Don't let him find you. Too late. Always midnight." I yanked harder on the door, panic building in my chest. With one final desperate pull, it flew open and I stumbled backward into the hallway. I didn't look back as I ran toward the stairs, but I could hear something following me, the soft patter of small feet on the wooden floor. Halfway down the hallway, my flashlight flickered and died. I was plunged into absolute darkness, still running, using the wall as a guide. The whispers were directly behind me now, so close I could feel cold breath on the back of my neck. I fumbled with the flashlight, shaking it desperately. When it finally blinked back on, I spun around, expecting to see the shadowy figure right on top of me. The hallway was empty, but the presence remained. I could feel it watching me, surrounding me. I made it down the stairs in what felt like 3 giant leaps and burst out the front door into the night air. I didn't stop running until I reached my patrol car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely radio in. I reported that the house was secure, no signs of trespassers. I couldn't bring myself to report what I'd actually seen. They would have thought I was crazy. I sat in my car for nearly 30 minutes, just staring at that house. Nothing moved, no lights appeared, but I swear I could see a small face watching me from the upstairs window. The window of that pink bedroom. I never went back to that house again. I specifically requested to be assigned to the other side of town. 3 years later, I took early retirement from the force. My wife thinks it was because of the back injury I got during a pursuit, but that wasn't it. They tore down the house on Elm Street last year. The lot is empty now, just overgrown grass and a concrete foundation. But people say if you stand there at night, especially around midnight, you can still hear the whispers, still hear a small voice begging for help that will never come. I drive a different route to the grocery store now, just to avoid passing that empty lot, because I know what's still there waiting, and I know that whatever happened in that house all those years ago isn't over. Some tragedies never end. They just wait for new witnesses. Story 21. I still struggle to talk about what happened that summer in the renovated barn house. I was 13 at the time, and even though it's been years, I get goosebumps just thinking about it. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what I experienced that night and in the following hours changed everything I thought I knew about reality. My family had moved into this renovated barn house about 3 months prior. It was this massive place in the middle of nowhere, literally just fields for miles around us. My parents thought it was perfect. All that space, the character of the building, and the peace and quiet away from the city. I was less enthusiastic. Being 13, I wasn't thrilled about leaving my friends behind, but I had my iPad and decent internet, so I figured I could manage. My bedroom was pretty cool, I'll admit that. It had these exposed wooden beams and this custom-built high bed that my dad made, positioned right under a skylight. At night, I could see the stars while laying in bed, which almost made up for being stuck in the middle of nowhere. That night, I was just doing what I usually did, staying up too late watching videos on my iPad. My parents had gone to bed around 10, and I was supposed to be asleep, but it was summer break, and I figured what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. It was around midnight when it first happened. I remember checking the time on my iPad, 12:04 a.m., because I was thinking about finally going to sleep. That's when I felt it. It's hard to explain, but it was like the air in the room suddenly got heavier. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone. I tried to tell myself I was being stupid, that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but then my window blind shot up, like literally shot up. Not slowly, not gradually, but in one quick, violent motion, like someone had yanked it. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Then, just as suddenly, it shot back down, up again, down again, like someone was playing with it. The thing is, my window was closed. There was no breeze, no draft, nothing that could explain what I was seeing, and the way it moved wasn't natural. It was deliberate, controlled. I was terrified. I wanted to call for my parents, but I couldn't find my voice. It felt like if I made a sound, whatever was there would notice me, more than it already had. So I just lay there, paralyzed with fear, my iPad forgotten beside me, until finally the blind stopped moving. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept my eyes fixed on that window, afraid that if I looked away for even a second, something would happen. When morning finally came, I was exhausted, but relieved. At breakfast, I told my parents what had happened. My dad just ruffled my hair and said, "Probably just the wind, kiddo. These old buildings settle in weird ways." My mom nodded in agreement, but I could tell she was only half listening, already thinking about her work calls for the day. I wanted to argue, to make them understand that it wasn't the wind, that there was something seriously wrong, but I knew they wouldn't believe me. Adults never do. So I just nodded and ate my cereal, trying to convince myself that maybe they were right, maybe it was just the wind, but deep down, I knew better. That afternoon, I was alone in the house. My dad had gone to get supplies from the hardware store, and my mom was at a meeting in town. I was in the living room trying to distract myself with a game on my iPad when I saw it for the first time. From where I was sitting, I had a clear view of the hallway and the bathroom door at the end of it. There was a small window in the hallway, right next to the bathroom. As I glanced up from my game, I saw a dark figure move past that window. It was just a glimpse, a shadow really, but it was unmistakably human-shaped. My first thought was that someone had broken in, and I nearly called 911, but then I realized there was something off about what I'd seen. The shadow hadn't made any noise. No footsteps, no creaking floorboards, nothing. And the way it moved was wrong somehow, too fluid, too smooth. I sat frozen, my eyes fixed on that hallway, waiting to see if it would appear again. And it did. About 5 minutes later, I saw the same dark figure move past the window, but this time in the opposite direction. Again, completely silent. Over the next hour, this happened 4 more times. The shadow would appear at one end of the hallway, move past the window, and disappear into the bathroom. Then a few minutes later, it would come out and go the other way. I tried to take a video with my iPad, but when I played it back, there was nothing there, just an empty hallway. But I had seen it. I know I had. When my parents got home, I tried to tell them again, but they were even less receptive than before. My dad suggested I was playing too many video games, and my mom wondered if I was making up stories because I was bored or lonely. They didn't say it outright, but I could tell they thought I was lying or exaggerating for attention. That night I was terrified to go to bed. I asked if I could sleep in their room, claiming I had a nightmare, but my dad said I was too old for that. "You're 13 now, Marcus. Time to face your fears," he said, as if what I was experiencing was just some childish anxiety about monsters under the bed. So I went to my room, but I didn't sleep. I kept all the lights on and sat with my back against the wall, facing the window. Around 11:30, the feeling returned, that heavy, oppressive sensation that something was in the room with me. The blind stayed still this time, but I noticed something else. When I looked at my window, I could see a reflection in the glass. Not my own reflection, but something standing behind me. A dark humanoid shape, just standing there, watching. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was nothing there. When I turned back to the window, the reflection was gone too. I was shaking so badly I could barely hold my iPad, but I managed to take a screenshot. I grabbed a notebook and started drawing what I had seen. The shadow in the hallway, the reflection in the window. I wasn't a great artist, but I needed to document what was happening. I needed proof. Throughout that night, I kept seeing things, shadows moving at the corner of my vision, the sound of footsteps on the stairs, not loud, but definitely there, even though I knew everyone was in bed, and always that feeling of being watched. The next morning, I was a wreck. I'd barely slept, and when I did manage to doze off, I had terrible nightmares about being chased through the barn house by shadowy figures. My mom noticed my exhaustion and suggested I take a nap later, but the thought of being asleep, vulnerable in that house, was terrifying. That afternoon, things escalated. I was sitting in the kitchen trying to eat lunch when I saw a shadow figure walk down the stairs. Not at the corner of my eye, not a reflection, but right there, in broad daylight. It walked down the stairs, across the living room, and through the wall. The worst part, my mom was in the living room working on her laptop and she didn't see a thing. I called out to her, my voice cracking, "Mom, did you see that? There was something there." She looked up, confused. "See what, honey?" "The shadow. It walked right past you." She put down her laptop and came over to me, placing a hand on my forehead. "You don't have a fever, but you look pale. Maybe you should lie down." I pulled away from her. "I'm not sick. There's something in this house, Mom. Please, you have to believe me." She sighed, that deep parental sigh that means they think you're being difficult. Marcus, I know the move has been hard on you, and this old house can be creepy sometimes, but there's nothing here. It's just your imagination. I wanted to scream. Why couldn't she see what was happening? Why wouldn't anyone believe me? As the day went on, the activity increased. The shadows were everywhere now, moving through the house like they owned it. They never tried to touch me or harm me in any way, but their presence was suffocating. And that window, the one where the blind had moved, seemed to be a focal point. Every time I passed it, I could feel someone standing there watching. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I could see a figure standing in the window, but when I turned to look directly, it would be gone. That evening, during dinner, I refused to sit with my back to any doorway or window. My parents exchanged worried glances but didn't say anything. They probably thought I was having some kind of breakdown. After dinner, I went to my room and continued documenting everything. I drew more pictures, wrote down times and descriptions, trying to find patterns. The shadows seemed most active between midnight and 3 a.m. They appeared most frequently in the hallway and near that one window. They never made noise except for those occasional footsteps on the stairs. As night fell, my anxiety skyrocketed. I didn't want to be alone, but I also didn't want to seem like a scared little kid. So I stayed in my room, lights on, back against the wall, waiting. Around midnight, it started again. The blind shooting up and down, shadows moving across my walls, the reflection in the window. But this time, there was something new. My iPad, which was charging on my desk, suddenly turned on by itself. The screen lit up, showing the camera app, and in the camera's view, I could see them clearly for the first time. They were human-shaped, but completely black, like silhouettes cut out of the darkness. There were 3 of them standing around my bed, looking down at me. I couldn't see faces, but I knew they were watching me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I just stared at my iPad screen, watching these things surround me, while in the actual room, I could see nothing. It was like the camera was revealing what my eyes couldn't see. Then, one of them reached out toward me. On the screen, I watched a dark, shadowy hand extend toward my face. In reality, I felt a cold spot on my cheek, like someone had pressed an ice cube against my skin. That was when I broke. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed in my life and bolted from the room. I ran straight to my parents' bedroom, burst through the door and collapsed on their bed, sobbing uncontrollably. They were startled awake, confused and alarmed. Between gasps, I tried to explain what was happening, but I was so hysterical that I couldn't form coherent sentences. My dad went to check my room while my mom tried to calm me down. When my dad returned, he said there was nothing there, no shadows, no movement, nothing unusual at all. He showed me my iPad. The screen was black, the device turned off. I stayed in their room that night, curled up between them like I used to do when I was little. I didn't sleep, but at least I felt safer. The next day, my parents took me to see a doctor. They were worried about me, thought I might be having hallucinations due to stress or lack of sleep. The doctor found nothing wrong, but suggested that the move and the isolation might be affecting me psychologically. He recommended therapy. What haunts me the most isn't just what I saw, but the fact that no one believed me. Even now, years later, my parents talk about that summer when Marcus had those night terrors. They think it was all in my head, but I know what I saw. I still have those drawings hidden away in a box under my bed. Sometimes, late at night, I take them out and look at them, trying to make sense of what happened. And sometimes when I'm in a dark room with a window, I still get that feeling that I'm not alone, that something is watching me from the other side of the glass. I don't know what those shadows were or what they wanted from me. All I know is that they were real and they were in our house. And sometimes I can't shake the feeling that they followed me when we moved away, that they're still with me, just waiting for the right moment to appear again. Story 22. And I still can't believe it's been almost a year since we moved out of that house. September was supposed to be exciting, starting my second year at university with 3 of my closest friends, finally escaping the dorms. We found this old Victorian-style house about 15 minutes from campus that seemed perfect. 4 bedrooms, reasonably priced, which should have been our first warning, and the landlord didn't ask too many questions about having 4 students living there. The first week was normal, unpacking, decorating, figuring out our schedules. Jamie and I had classes together on Tuesdays and Thursdays, while Mac and Devon had completely different majors, so we rarely saw them during the day. We'd usually meet up for dinner though, taking turns cooking or just ordering takeout when we were feeling lazy. Everything changed during the second week. Devon woke up at around 3 in the morning, sweating and completely freaked out. I remember hearing her door open and then footsteps down the hall to the bathroom. When she didn't come back after 20 minutes, I got worried and knocked on the bathroom door. "You okay in there?" I asked. Her voice was shaking when she answered, "Yeah, just had a nightmare, give me a minute." When she finally came out, her face was pale and she asked if she could sit in my room for a bit. She couldn't go back to her room yet. That's when she told me about the dream. "There was a woman standing in the corner of my room," she said, just staring at me. But the way she moved wasn't right. It was like she was glitching, like when a video buffers, you know? And then I noticed there was a man sitting at the edge of my bed. She started crying at this point. He kept saying no over and over again. Just no, no, no. I couldn't move. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I tried to comfort her, saying it was just a nightmare, but even then something felt off. Devon isn't the type to get scared easily. She's always been the rational one in our group. The next night, I was working on an assignment in my room when I felt something brush against my arm. I thought it was just a draft, but my window was closed. I brushed it off, but then it happened again, like fingers lightly trailing across my shoulder. I turned around, expecting to see one of my roommates, but there was nobody there. That was the start of it all. Within days, all 4 of us were experiencing weird things. The most consistent was that we all started waking up at exactly 5:45 in the morning, every single day. We're university students. None of us ever woke up before 9 if we could help it. But suddenly, no matter what time we went to bed, our eyes would snap open at 5:45. No alarms, nothing, just wide awake like someone had shaken us. One morning, after we'd all automatically woken up again, we were sitting in the kitchen discussing it when we heard what sounded like wet footsteps coming from the hallway. The sound was unmistakable, that squelching noise of wet feet on hardwood. Jamie jumped up to check, thinking maybe someone had spilled something, but the floor was completely dry. There were no footprints, no puddles, nothing. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked, and we all nodded. The following week, I started feeling pressure on my head whenever I was in my room. It wasn't painful exactly, more like the sensation you get when you dive too deep in a swimming pool, this constant pressure pushing down. I'd have to leave my room just to get relief. When I mentioned it to the others, Max said he'd been feeling the same thing in the upstairs bathroom. Then the physical stuff started happening. I was studying one evening when I heard my dresser drawer open. I looked up, and it was slowly sliding open by itself. I stared at it, frozen, until it was fully open. Then it closed again, just as slowly. I ran out of my room and found Jamie in the living room. "Something just opened my drawer," I told him, my voice shaking. He gave me a weird look. Mac just came down saying his wardrobe door kept swinging open. We decided to have a house meeting that night. Sitting around our kitchen table, we all shared what we'd been experiencing. Devon had felt the invisible touches too. Jamie had been hearing whispers in his room when he was trying to sleep. Mac had seen shadows moving in his peripheral vision. "Maybe it's just the house settling," Devon suggested, but none of us believed that anymore. That night was when things escalated. I'd finally managed to fall asleep around 1 in the morning when I was jolted awake by 3 distinct claps, like someone standing at the foot of my bed had clapped their hands 3 times. I sat up, heart pounding, and then heard footsteps walking across my room, heavy footsteps, like a man wearing boots. They stopped at my door, and then there was a loud bang that shook the whole wall. I checked my phone. It was 3:33 exactly. I was too terrified to leave my room, so I just sat there, clutching my blanket until morning. When I finally ventured out around 7, Devon was already in the kitchen, looking like she hadn't slept at all. "Did you hear it?" I asked. She nodded. "The claps and the footsteps? Yeah. Then a bang on my wall at 3:33. "Same time as mine," I said. Later that day, around 4 in the afternoon, Mac and I were both in the living room when we saw it at the same time. A small, blurry black mass. I saw it coming out of Jamie's bedroom, while Mac saw it cross in front of the TV. It wasn't a shadow or a trick of the light. It was like a small cloud of darkness, about the size of a cat, but completely opaque and moving with purpose. "What the hell was that?" Mac whispered. "You saw it too?" I asked, relief and terror washing over me in equal measure. That evening, Devon and I were in her room talking about what Mac and I had seen when we heard 3 clear, deliberate knocks on her door. We both froze. I could see from where I was sitting that there was no shadow under the door, no sign of anyone standing there. "Jamie, Mac, Devon," called out. No answer. After a minute, I got up and yanked the door open. The hallway was empty. We found out later that Jamie and Mac had been in the backyard the entire time, trying to fix a broken fence panel. The next morning, I was in the kitchen making coffee when Jamie came running in, his face white as a sheet. "I just saw someone in the bathroom," he gasped. "A man, just the shape of him, all white, standing by the shower. I blinked and he was gone." That night was the worst. Around 2 in the morning, I was awakened by a loud banging on Devon's door, which was across the hall from mine. It wasn't knocking. It was like someone was throwing their body against the door, trying to break it down. The whole house seemed to shake with each impact. I called Devon's phone instead of going out there. She answered immediately, whispering, "Can you hear that? Someone's trying to get in." "Should we call the police?" I asked. "I don't think it's a person," she said. The banging stopped as suddenly as it had started. We stayed on the phone for another hour, too scared to hang up or leave our rooms. The next day, we were all sitting in the living room, none of us having slept much, when Mac mentioned hearing one of us calling for him early that morning. "I heard you, Devon," he said. "You called hello from your bedroom, but when I went to check, you weren't there." Devon shook her head slowly. "I was downstairs the whole morning. I came down around 6 and haven't been back up." "I heard it too," Jamie added. "It was definitely your voice coming from your room. I was about to go check when I saw you were already in the kitchen." That was the final straw for me. The voice had sounded exactly like Devon, coming from her empty bedroom, while she was downstairs and silent. There was no explanation for it, no TV on, no phones playing videos, nothing that could have mimicked her voice so perfectly. We broke our lease the next day. The landlord seemed unsurprised when we said we were moving out, just nodded and said he'd list the property again. He didn't even ask for a reason. It makes me wonder how many groups of students before us had experienced the same things. We all moved into a new place together. None of us wanted to separate after what we'd been through. Our new house is newer, brighter, and completely normal. No weird dreams, no footsteps, no pressure, no voices. But I still wake up sometimes at 5:45 exactly, my heart racing, convinced I can hear 3 claps in the distance. And sometimes, just sometimes, I feel fingers brushing against my arm when no one is there. I've tried researching the history of that house, but records are spotty. All I could find was that it was built in the early 1900s and had been rented to students for the past 30 years. What happened there, who that woman in the corner was, or the man saying no, or the white figure in the bathroom, I'll probably never know. What scares me most is thinking about whoever moved in after us. I wonder if they're lying awake right now, listening to wet footsteps in an empty hallway, feeling invisible hands touching them in the dark.